where you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box. No, don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Riding is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. We can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
والسلام عليكم ورحمة من
What's up, guys? Wassalamu alaikum. Hello and welcome, Hasham Bin. I think that's how you're supposed to say it. Very happy to be here on day number 2 of the finals. Of course, we are about to hit the halfway point to see exactly where these teams are going to be looking to push their performances towards. Of course, already a very aggressive day coming through from the side of Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy right out of the gate. But the contention is continuing to build, and today we're going to see whether or not NIGMA Galaxy will be able to maintain their dominance over all the other teams playing here in the finals. Now, of course, as we know, right, NIGMA Galaxy sitting on a glorious 143 points, 44 eliminations that they were able to secure yesterday, and a grand total of 21 placement points. That, of course, alongside that winner chicken dinner. Brute Force yesterday secured themselves 2 winner chicken dinners back to back, the first 2 matches of the day. So nothing really out of the ordinary here then today, right? We are going to be heading into exactly that same map rotation. We are going to be moving into Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, playing that twice as we progress through the day. But of course, we'll be taking a look at that a little bit later on. But curious to hear what your thoughts are. Curious to hear who you think is going to be the team to dominate, of course, aside from positions within the finals for that share of the prize pool. The teams are paying for slots, moving into the into the MEA Championship. They're also playing for points to qualify for the PMGC. And from what we can see currently, NIGMA are holding on to about 150-ish point lead with regards to those PMGC points. So I think it's safe to say that NIGMA Galaxy decided that they are not going to let any team even catch up to them, right? They don't want a repeat of the previous season. They want to ensure that they perform as best they possibly can. And of course, speaking about their performances, here we have it. As you can see, Lord, Free, Coops, and Raouf coming through with their own respective stats. But Lord definitely going to be carrying with those 18 eliminations, 18 assists. So a very, very strong effort being brought in there by Lord. Also, 3,400 damage. That is very, very hot and spicy. Very tasty to be looking at, if we're being honest here. So I'm curious to see whether or not anyone is going to be able to contest against the performance we've been seeing come through from NIGMA Galaxy so far. I mean, 44 eliminations in a day, that is pretty impressive. Brute Force also coming through with 43. So they are very close with regards to the amount of aggression they've been able to show here. But of course, this was that winner chicken dinner coming through for NIGMA yesterday. Stepping into our first Erangel. They'll get caught today. That is the prediction that Cindy is giving in the chat. If you agree with that, let me know. If you don't agree with that, tell me what you think is going to be happening here today. Of course, feel free to share your thoughts here, as long as it's game related. Otherwise, yeah, it's not going to be ultra relevant, right? What's the point? I mean, unless, of course, you come in and you say you like grapes, right? I like grapes too, so, you know, that one I'll take. But yeah, speaking about Brute Force, here's their stats. Those 2 winner chicken dinners coming through yesterday. Very even spread across the board here between Prepot, Neos, Ado, and Mind. You can see very consistent play with regards to those eliminations. I mean, Ado, Mind coming really close to hitting those double digits. But Neo's Prepot definitely pushing it all the way through, coming in with those 10 assists on either end. I'm quite sure what I should be shing about, but sure. I mean, I could always just let you look at this and I don't know, look at it in silence. But that's not exactly what we're here for, right? We're here to discuss everything that's coming through between our respective teams. So a lot of pressure is going to be on the shoulders here, especially for a team like Brute Force moving into today. I mean, yes, they were our top point owners from yesterday, securing themselves a grand total of 72 points, which is quite impressive, taking into account just how many bonus points they came into this with, right? Because they started with only 50 bonus points all the way in 6th place, coming through from league stage, and then adding those lovely 72 points on top. Man, it just tastes so, so good. But of course, you know what also tastes good? Winner chicken dinners. So there could be another great opportunity here for Brute Force today to try and bring in a very aggressive performance, similar to what they did yesterday, but looking to maintain that consistency. Then, of course, the teams coming in pretty close behind them is going to be the side of IKURD, currently held on to that 6th place. And then, of course, we've got the players from Quest coming through all the way in 3rd place. So it's interesting to see what that breakdown is with regards to the positioning coming through for these teams, with regards to their placement on that leaderboard. But as we know, this doesn't mean all too much just yet, right? It comes down to how these teams are going to be able to utilize their previous performances, utilize that previous knowledge, those strategies to get themselves very firmly secured with regards to those leaderboards. But Quest also doing a really good job. 32 eliminations, one winner chicken dinner coming their way as well. So Quest also cracking that jaw wide open. Of course, no surprise really looking at the performance we had coming through all the way from league stage, right? With 9 winner chicken dinners, all the way in 4th place with 442 total points. 271 eliminations being secured for Quest. IKURD, on the other hand, I mean, not replicating the exact kind of performance we saw from them in the previous season. Previous season, they were able to secure themselves a very healthy dose of winner chicken dinners. This season, not a single chicken has come their way. I mean, 8 chickens in the previous one back in spring. So it's, you know, it's a bit of a stress situation, right? IKURD coming through that league stage with 324 total points, 226 eliminations. Very, very steep figures to be working with, but of course, we've also seen quite a bit of a play coming through from both Prestige, from R8, and Santa, all the way from GEEKAY-E-SPORTS. As you can see, the elimination count not being too different, but, well, the damage count rather. Looking at the eliminations, yeah, it does make quite a bit of a difference. Santa so far being able to secure themselves 8 eliminations versus the 2 coming through from Prestige. And then, of course, if we look at those conversions, right, the assists coming through as well. A slightly different case. Of course, it's all going to boil down to what the teams will be able to do with that moving into that battlefield. But R8, GEEKAY, they've been showing some really good consistency coming through, especially within that last match. I mean, particularly looking at the performance we had come through from R8, securing themselves 8 points, right? 7 of which came through from eliminations. GEEKAY, though, only managing to find themselves 4 eliminations. Also concluding on 34 total points for the day, 28 eliminations, and 6 placement points. So definitely want to see a lot more of that being honed in here today. I mean, R8 also just 1 placement point. Other than that, the other 26 points they got were all coming through from those eliminations. So it is going to be a little bit of a pressure cooker to see exactly how they are going to be able to contest the side, particularly looking at GEEKAY, seeing that they are going to be chasing NIGMA Galaxy with regards to those PMGC points, right? They need to try and secure every additional point they can. So if they've got another day coming through for them, similar to what they had yesterday, I'm not quite sure, I'm not quite convinced that GEEKAY is going to be able to potentially stop NIGMA Galaxy from securing themselves that PMGC slot. So it's going to require quite a bit of work. As we know, GEEKAY also sitting on 4th place with 107 total points. That, of course, due to their bonus points and the points that they were able to secure throughout the day yesterday. So I want to see what, especially that approach is going to be from the teams chasing that PMGC slot. Because we've got GEEKAY, R8, and maybe potentially Quest. I think those are the 3 teams essentially in contention that could look to bring in a bit of an upset. But, I mean, if you look at the points between Brute Force, Quest, and then, of course, jumping up to NIGMA, it's about 300 points. I'm not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to catch that. Vision also going to be putting in quite a bit of hard work. Currently, with regards to those points for PMGC, they find themselves all the way in 11th. So I think it might be safe to say that that is not necessarily going to be in the cards for them, but they can still focus on grinding for a very strong finish within these finals. I mean, coming in on 72 points, that does put them about 71 points away from catching up with NIGMA Galaxy, so they can definitely try and make a play for the top 5 at least. Seeing that top 5 is only 20 points. So that is definitely a very achievable performance coming through from them. But who knows? Vision might be the brute force from yesterday, stepping up, looking to crack that can wide open, or showing their dominance, their capabilities out on the battlefield. So many teams already stepping up to that plate, stepping up, showing what they are worth, and showing that they are here to really just grind it out and secure themselves a good position with regards to the finals itself. As we know, the teams are also going to be playing for their share of that prize pool. So top place is going to be worth $12,500. Right, pole position, that is quite a bit of money coming through. And of course, well, who knows where these teams are going to be finding themselves. Who will be that one? Is it going to be NIGMA Galaxy, seeing that they're currently holding on to a 21-point lead? I mean, Brute Force could catch up, but of course, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for that to come through, right? Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, copy, paste, rinse, repeat for the day. And also, this is going to be exactly the same map loadout going into tomorrow's matches as well. The final day, the last chance for the teams to bring in the upsets. But if you've got any predictions as to the outcome of today, the team that you think is going to be clutching it out, let me know. Who do you think is going to be finding that first winner chicken dinner? As we know, yesterday it was Brute Force. But is that consistency going to be the name of the game here today? Right, could we see anyone looking to step it up? As I mentioned already, could it potentially be Vision looking to bring in the clutch? Could it be Brute Force really looking to catch up? Or could we even see the side of GEEKAY really locking in those strategies, locking in those performances? Because trailing by a few points, I mean, 35 points, it's not the biggest gap that they've got. But definitely opportunity is there, right? So we could see that push. It's all going to come down to how they handle that battlefield. But of course, be sure to share your thoughts, right? Give me your predictions in the chat. Curious to hear what your thoughts are, what your inputs are with regards to who's going to be placing where. In the meanwhile, we're going to be hopping into those leaderboards. You can see 43 points, 143 rather, going over to the side of NIGMA Galaxy. Brute Force just a few points behind, 21. But they do have those two winner chicken dinners. GEEKAY, 107. If they're going to be looking to bring in that upset, they need around about, let's see, they need about 150 points, more than NIGMA Galaxy, to take that PMGC slot from them. So if that is going to be the play going through for GEEKAY, today and tomorrow needs to be the best performances that they've brought to date. Kyle saying that NIGMA Galaxy are going to extend their lead with regards to this leaderboard. Well, I mean, that is yet to be seen. Brute Force is pumped up. I mean, that is sincerely what we are hoping to see come through from our respective performances here. I mean, Brute Force, a really strong team, a strong force to be reckoned with, as we saw in just yesterday's first two matches. But of course, looking at where Brute Force finished in the previous season, I mean, they managed to lock it in all the way down in towards, I believe that was that 7th place. Well, that was after the first day. Looking at the end of that entire league, Brute Force coming into 3rd with 185 points, 3 winner chicken dinners that they brought in spring. So is that going to be the same situation here? I mean, another potential team that could be looking to just play for placement within this PMPL could be a team like Vision Esports. But as we know, Vision, previous season, they only managed to get themselves all the way up into towards 10th place. So there is going to be quite a bit of pressure to see whether or not Vision can improve that overall situation. Of course, currently they do find themselves yet again sat in that 10th position. So is that maybe a little bit of consistency coming through from Vision? Is that the kind of performance that we could be seeing come through from them? We don't know just yet. IKURD, they've also been doing quite well. Currently sat in 6th place, as we saw, coming through with that last winner chicken dinner of the day yesterday. Previous season, looking at their finals placement, they ended all the way in 14th, with one winner chicken dinner. They got themselves 37 eliminations and 19 placement points. This season, looking at the comparison with what we've got, they are just only now, after the first day, 7 eliminations away from their previous season, so currently sitting on 30, but they've been able to capitalize on even more placement points, sitting on 21. So things are looking quite hopeful. But I think for today, GEEKAY R8 really need to hone in on those placements, because yesterday they were only able to find themselves 6 and 1 respectively. So yeah, that's not the kind of placement points that you need to try and secure moving forward into these last 2 days. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at our plays and how these teams have been performing across the board. So we got Brute Force coming through here with their representation sitting on an average of 9.5. As we look at their Miramar angles here. So very, very strong performance that we've had now from the Brute Force squad. But how is that going to translate into Miramar, right? Is that going to be another successful run? Is it going to be that winner chicken dinner? Or could we maybe see the upsets come through like we see in the chat, right? Coming through from IKURD. Or potentially even NIGMA Galaxy. Right, so our second Erangel of the day yesterday. That was back in match number 4. That was the one that went to the Gangsters. I want your prediction for 2 IKURD wins today. Ooh, Habib's going to be very, very happy about that. Then we did have Rawabi in the chat as well. We got Mac Luhan also coming through. So if you guys want to shout out, give us a wave in the chat. Tell me rather who you are here to support. Who do you think is going to be clutching out this first match of the day? Poor guy saying NIGMA Galaxy will choke all these teams. Ooh. Alright, so we are looking at a NIGMA Galaxy dominance that is going to be continuing here today. I think that could make for a very, very interesting story coming through with our respective options that these teams will have to work with. But who knows? Who knows? So we've seen a few predictions come in chat, right? Do you think this is going to be an NIGMA game? If you think it's going to be a NIGMA game, right? Tell me by how many eliminations they are going to be locking in that play. We got Nea coming through with the Hello Earthlings. Just landed comment. Of course, to show you how difficult predictions are, we are going to be taking a look at it here. As you can see, production coming through with 12 accurate predictions out of an insane amount of matches that we've already seen. So that is out of 82. Is that 82? No, that's 84. Yes, out of 84 matches, production was able to accurately guess 12 of them. So yeah, I mean, if you don't get the prediction right, it is what it is, right? I mean, 12 out of 84. Yeah, that's a pretty high number. I think that might be some of the highest prediction accuracy that we've seen to date. So if you want to try your luck at it, going through the finals, we've got 6 matches today. So let's see who's going to be able to lock in 6 out of 6 predictions, or maybe just even 1 out of 6, right? So we are going to be starting with the first match. If you think it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy, give me the amount of eliminations that they are going to be finding in this game. Do you think it's going to be 10? Do you think it's going to be 20, 21? Is it going to be 17? You know, pick a number. If not, if it's another team, do exactly the same thing, right? I'm curious to hear, I'm curious to see just how accurately you guys can predict it. But of course, you can't make more than one prediction, right? You can't say they're going to get 17 and then coming through with another one saying they're going to get 18, right? Only one prediction, that's it. Nea saying is that they are praying for a 10+ elimination for NIGMA. They want to hear Motaz go berserk. Well, I mean, I don't think you're going to hear Motaz go berserk over here, right? But either which way, we'll see soon enough. They're also going to be making their own respective predictions. My prediction for the first match of the action here today. Ooh. All right, I'm going to go look at my stats that I have for Miramar. Now, with regards to Miramar, I think it is going to be between GEEKAY and ONYX Ravens, because they brought in the top performance with regards to Miramar back in league stage, right? So I think that could potentially be who we could have. I mean, yeah, sure, ONYX Ravens didn't have the most crazy day yesterday, but who knows? Maybe it could be exactly the time for that. Sydney saying IKURD are going to have 5, NASR going to have 5. All right, Josh saying that's going to be NIGMA Galaxy for the win. 20+ points win for NASR. All right, we'll take that one. What's F9? I can't press F9 even on the keyboard because that's not going to work. I go to Arabic after the games or when NIGMA pops up. Good day, Mr. DK. Hope you're well. Welcome, Josh. Welcome to the chat. Not a fanboy. The forecast for the next 10 matches. Twisted Minds making it to the 5th phase for the nth time with 0 eliminations and folding right there. Ooh, fanboy, that is that's a prediction, a very, very precise prediction. So let's see whether or not that is going to hold true as we get ready to jump straight into our first match of the day. Oh, Cindy said brute force. Oh, it's a silent B. Is that what it was? It was at a silent B. And in the meanwhile, speaking about silent Bs, we are going to be looking at these teams now making a beeline for those positions. Looking to get themselves situated, positioned, and secured up onto the first match here of the day. Of course, it's none other than the lovely, lovely Miramar. So we got a prediction for Northeastern Zone coming through here as well. So let's see if that is going to hold true. GEEKAY, time to shine. Yeah, I mean, this is the time to shine. But based on GEEKAY's performance from yesterday, they're really going to have to cook up quite a bit of a storm. For not only today, but also moving into tomorrow's matches. South End Circle. Ooh, what, over towards Chumacera or over towards Los Leones? Southwestern Zone. Alright, towards Chumacera, Minas del Valle. Alright, I'll be on board for that one. Let's see where the zone is going to be taking us slow, getting ready to pop. Ooh, alright, so not southwestern, but western. So not exactly northeast. I mean, it is what it is. Right, there we go. So it is going to be Power Grid. Essentially being smack dab center zone. So NASR are going to be quite happy about this. Ooh, but NIGMA and Brute Force right up in Pozo. Getting ready for a little bit of an altercation. So this could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Let's see who's going to be the one to clutch it out. Already the shot starting in the background. Hey, there we go. The first hit is in. NIGMA Galaxy losing their first player. Power Grid end zone. So Javian's team can win. But then you gotta send them some good juju. Right. Yes. Brute Force versus NIGMA. And see who's gonna clutch it out. So already NIGMA, they've lost cubes right out of the gate. I mean, that's a good play for Brute Force. This is how it went down. Cubes up on the roof. Ooh, with a VSS out of all things. Wow, Neo is very, very cheeky. I mean, good start for Broody Fruities. I don't know, just waiting to see what the rest of NIGMA are going to be doing in response to losing their first player so early on. So a little bit of early aggression. But both teams now know what is at stake. So they are going to be looking to just keep themselves a little bit separated, at least for the time being. I mean, Brute Force coming into today are trailing by just under 300 points. So 200 and a bit of change. I mean, if you want the exact number, let's see if I can get you that. Let me whip up my calculator. So 266 points, right? That is the lead that NIGMA Galaxy has over Brute Force with regards to those PMGC points. That all thanks to the calculator. So big shout out to the calculator. Thank you so much for that. In the meanwhile, NIGMA are now going to be keeping it nice and quiet. Raouf coming through with a beautiful M249 and a Vector loadout. I mean, Koos went for a bit of a oops there, right? So, not quite exactly the play that I think they had in mind, but, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Meanwhile, it is also then going to be the side of Triple here, making their way through Impala, looking to grab that loot and get themselves resituated back into the zone. One thing that we're definitely seeing today that's a little bit different from yesterday is that the teams are a lot more proactive with their rotations, right? They are starting those rotations much, much sooner. Yesterday, they were holding off a little bit more. There wasn't as many active players coming through within the first phase already. Saeed coming through with a shout out there. First for Crypto and then Crypto. But yes, come back, Crypto. Let's see whether or not Crypto is indeed going to be looking to come back today. I mean, we do see Twisted Mind now Rotating up into a little bit of that San Martin. Yeah, Leo, they are indeed still up in first place. You can see them up towards the top of the screen as the leaderboard will be displayed right there. There we go. NIGMA holding with a glorious 20-point lead now. So Brute Force going to be all the way still on that edge of Pozo. IKURD going to be pushing in through to Macera. Heading further and further up north. Maybe going to be venturing up into those hills just up ahead. Because that is where the lovely power grid is situated. But you all know that. And I'm curious to see how IKURD are going to be looking to move in here. Whether or not they're going to be looking for a little bit of that high ground. To get that vantage point. To get those angles up in towards power grid. Or are they going to be opting for a different position. Maybe a different strat to get themselves in contention for that center zone. Hey, we got Soldier Boy in the chat as well. I mean, Soldier Boy, the map is going to show when the map's going to show. I have no control over when any of that happens. Oh, this is, we have no control over what these players do. In the meanwhile, going to be R8. Still left with Ida down in San Martin. The rest of the squad, they've all now rotated back up onto those hills. Ooh, but the gangsters... They've now moved a little bit closer up in towards Monte Nuevo. We could see a little bit of a trade-off coming in between them and the side of IKURD. Seems like the gangsters all went for the party buses, trying to get themselves situated. You can see IKURD now just scouting that hilltop. Yeah, IKURD did in fact score. They did find themselves one of the gangsters along the way. Quest now also going to be dipping their toes into the zone as they come through on that eastern side. Could either be heading straight up onto the San Martin Mountains to that southern side, or be pushing right into the side here of Twisted Minds. It's all going to depend on how these rotations come through, but of course in the meanwhile, the compound we see just behind them here, it could be a very good one to be holding for the time being, especially waiting for that zone to be revealed. But a lot more of a calculated approach going to be coming through here. When we look at that plane making its way on through, let's see where this is going to be dropping. Where will this next zone take us? Oh, yes! Right up into the mountains we go. So IKURD now going to be racing for position. Gangsters and everyone already situated within that zone are going to be looking to do exactly the same. But you can expect quite a bit of congestion coming through, especially towards that southeastern side with Triple Slime Machine and all the teams in the vicinity yet to rotate in. Right now, GEEKAY looking to make, a bit of a play here. Looking to get down to business. GEEKAY Ragnar does find Smoker. As we saw from ARB yesterday, Smoker being the player that was able to survive the longest out of all the participants here. Let's see how this play is going to unfold and where is it going to be taking either GEEKAY or ARB, as ARB already down to 3 Ps. GEEKAY sitting with a glorious elimination under their belt. Alright, so GEEKAY slowly going to be pushing up. Encroaching on that southern edge of zone. ARB, they don't have much option here. They are going to be opting for a more lengthy western rotation, trying to evade the position there of GEEKAY. But of course, just ahead of GEEKAY is going to be NASR, ONYX Ravens. And then of course up to the north, it is going to be RTG and IKURD. The side order of the Falcons coming through. The predictions there for Vision, RA, GEEKAY, and Brute Force coming through from the Arabic casters. Let's see whether or not the Falcons will be able to stand their ground. Meanwhile, it's going to be Slide Machine over on towards the eastern side. Ooh, trying to push through the side here of Triple. Sly, of course, coming in on 7th place. Triple Esports all the way in 16th. So this is going to be a very important fight here for Triple, especially seeing that they were only able to find themselves a grand total of 10 points in yesterday's games. Twisted now going to be holding on to a little bit of that blue zone surfing as they look to see where the zone is going to be going, and now opting for a way to get themselves situated. Brute Force also yet to move up. But IKURD, RTG's pretty close to center. The gangsters are going to be pushing up on the hills. NIGMA getting caught down in the valley. Ooh. That is going to be a very interesting one to see indeed. Well, GEEKAY need about at least 150 points more than NIGMA Galaxy to even stand a chance to contest for that PMGC slot. So whether or not that is going to be the case, whether or not that is going to be happening is yet to be seen. In order for that to be the case, GEEKAY will have to dominate the living heck out of today and tomorrow. And try and ensure that, well, NIGMA doesn't find themselves any points. That is the only way that it's going to happen. So if there's no major upset with regards to the plays for NIGMA Galaxy, they can have free reign into PMGC. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Brute Force now experiencing a little bit of difficulty as C-Mind cooks up the day, trying to push in on Vision, while the rest of the team now just gets laid into. As you say goodbye to Neos. Beepod and Ado trying to make up a bit of that ground, but it's going to be Mind now looking to disengage. Yes. Yes, indeed. The points count because it adds to the total for the finals. So NIGMA Galaxy, the team with the most bonus points coming into the finals here. 78 in total. Ooh, just missing out on 80 by 2 points. Meanwhile, Vision now going to be trying to maintain that consistency. Maintain that pressure onto the side of Brute Force, not trying to give them any wiggle room. But the moment that opportunity is presented, they are going to be looking to capitalize. Now it's going to be Saif paying for their transgressions while Discrim starts to climb the hill. Going to be looking to get themselves beautifully perched on high. So the pressure now turns to Tapok and Volt. To see how they're going to respond to the side of Brute Force. Good angle being held here. Beautiful play onto a spree pod. So Brute Force having their whole entire strategy now. Experiencing quite a bit of a beating as they are down to 2. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to play through this one. In the meanwhile, the zone has taken a bit of a shift over towards that western side. So that it will allow for even more continuation right here up on the mountains. Meanwhile, we do lose Evo Station. Thanks to the big bad blue zone. As Twisted have wrapped all the way around the zone. Starting up the north. Now they find themselves all the way down south. Before making their entry up in towards that safe zone. Meanwhile, still Brute Force trying to find a way out of the situation. So 8-0 all alone, and that is going to be the end of the road for 8-0. Mind, as you can see up on that mini-map, way off in the distance. Trying to line up the hits. Ooh, they find Discrim, but at what cost is this going to be for the Brute Force squad, though? IKURD and NASR. Ooh, also getting into a little bit of a tussle here. NASR already coming through with those 2 eliminations up. Gotta watch out for Slime Machine up on the high ground. Alright, so NASR just going to be trying to play around this position here. Trying to get themselves back up on a bit of a ridge line. At least that's the approach coming through from Xenox. The rest of the squad still going to be holding towards the northern side of that road. So not quite sure if that is going to be a commendable approach to be taking at this point. Ooh, Vision still going to be playing those range hits. In the meanwhile, R8 getting right down to business. As they find themselves with a bit of a position over that of Quest. Quest down in the valley. R8 definitely could look to capitalize on this high ground advantage, but they could also play the reach into Slime Machine. Surprising turn of events does lead R8 down on towards the side of the Falcons. Quite a bit of a reach that they are looking to capitalize on here, but now let's see whether or not it is going to result in success. As Slime Machine does beat down a little bit onto the side of R8. Alhaji caught in the middle. Surprised to see Slime Machine not really spotting out the Quest team in the situation there. Right, so R8 now trying to find the approach in. Ooh, very risky rotation coming through. Of course, still a very capable play for the side of Quest. But let's see whether or not Ragnarok is going to be able to bring in the response. A big helping hand coming through from Slime Machine. Does alleviate quite a bit of a pressure here on the side of Quest. But now it's essentially down to Easy. And well, contrary to what their name suggests, Easy is not going to have a good time rotating through. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Twisted Minds as GEEKAY find them all the way on that southern edge. Coming through with quite a bit of aggression now, pushing in towards them. Meanwhile, still going to be R8 looking to get their position secured up into the zone. Slime Machine now trying to play a bit of gatekeep. But they also got to keep their eye on RTG, as well as the Falcons swooping in from that western side. Right, so big exchange coming through on either end. RTG going to be finding themselves a little bit of that Falcon spice. Now Falcons down to essentially Pablo. It's not looking very hopeful for the Falcons here. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at how exactly GEEKAY got the jump in on Twisted. The rush came through. Crypto fell, then it was down to Dammy, and boom, there it is. GEEKAY just obliterating the side of Twisted. And meanwhile, the contention will continue up north. R8 still going to be trying to play a few positions here, but they essentially need to get themselves situated in that zone. So I think the eastern rotation that they are opting for now could be a much safer call, and could definitely bring in a lot more longevity for them. In the meanwhile, the Gangsters and Vision also getting into a bit of a fight over on towards that western side. But now Slime Machine perched on high. Going to be looking to capitalize. They've got quite a bit of a reach onto the surrounding teams. You can see the angles are being utilized and leveraged down onto Vision. Brute Force. They're going to be the next one out. Oh, NIGMA running into a bit of an issue here. Vision already tasting quite a bit of blood. are going to be looking to push even harder to see if they can get the jump in on NIGMA. NIGMA sitting with no eliminations up just yet, and they do lose Rauf as well. So now they are solely reliant on Freak to see whether or not they can carry that name into the late few zones. So it's safe to say that Brute Force are not going to be getting this winner chicken dinner. I'm not quite convinced that NIGMA is going to be able to get it either. So let's see who's going to be the next potential contender stepping up. GEEKAY going to be having quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders, as they are the only team essentially in a position that could contest GEEKAY for those PMGC points. Oh! In the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to FALCONS. RTG being quite relentless with the pressure down onto Sly, but again, their numbers not looking too great. That is not going to stop them though. CZ coming through with a beautiful trade as they do find Rio. Down goes RTG. Vision now going to be looking to capitalize here as well. We've got some beautiful chain fighting just erupting out on the battlefield. Meanwhile, GEEKAY going to be inching their way through from that southern side, trying to maintain a beautiful incognito hold on the zone. Not quite sure what the play is that's going to be coming through on the side of Vision. Kevin also going to be caught in a very, very difficult spot. The only way down is going to be to slide, and that could be sliding themselves right into the lobby. Ooh, let's see if they survive. Ooh, they do, with quite a decent amount of health. So Kevin having gravity work in their favor. In the meanwhile, we can't say the same about ARB. They are going to be met with a little bit of opposition. Meanwhile, up north, things are not looking all too easy. We got IKURD gatekeeping the side of Slime Machine. Kevin are going to be reaching in on Vision. Oh, the bounce is there. Oh, but it overshoots completely. And I'm not quite sure that Vision even knows that Kevin is just perched up above them. Oh, Slime Machine going to keep on sending the sprays through. Kevin has no more utility to utilize. All they got to do now is rely on that barrel, rely on that scope, as we say goodbye to the ARB champions. Slime Machine already on 7, Vision also sitting on 7 eliminations. Gangsters, they've not found any success with regards to elims just yet. Slime Machine now down to 1, down to none. They can take it out in 11th. This is now going to be go time for Kevin. Oh, Saif is going to be waiting just below, while the rest of the team comes rushing in on E-SPORTS. Now it's down to Bandar. Let's see whether or not Bandar is going to be able to hold. Oh, the hits are there, but oh, up they go. And a bit of flames. Gangsters also going to be falling alongside Triple here. Both teams getting sent back with nothing to their name. IKURD going to be looking to be quite a bit of a nuisance here. As you can see those shots coming through from Aram. Looking to be the nuisance. NIGMA down to Freak. Freak in a very similar position to what we saw come through from Kevin. But how is Freak going to be able to get themselves down from here? Again, not the craziest play though. Freak finding themselves in a somewhat decent setup. Still got to watch out. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, Freak trying to play a little bit of Matrix, but I don't think it's going to come through. Oh, wait, never mind. Yep, there we go. Spec. Setting up the one hit needed to end Enigma Galaxy's run. So out they go, 2 eliminations and 1 placement point. So that's going to be 3 in total, as we can see on the right-hand side. But the zone also getting ready to pop. Where's it going to take us? Oof, yeah, it kind of sticks to the side of the road. Again, no major advantage to be played in this current position here. I mean, ONYX Ravens, GEEKAY could look to capitalize and utilize the numbers they have available, but it's still going to be a very, very tough play, seeing that there's not a lot of room to really maneuver. No major compounds to really try and capitalize on either. Alright, so here we go. Showtime is going to start to build. Vision trying to assert themselves up to the north. You can see a beautiful split coming through on their end. 2-1 angle. Ooh, Volt now getting isolated. On comes the rush from Saif. Beautiful work onto Aram. Golden Ali going to be looking to hold nice and steady. But Vision already hitting those double digits. IKURD getting caught out in a very uncomfortable position as they move in the blue zone, just tanking that health bar. But now it's going to be the play coming through from Golden. They do find it onto Saif, but Saif actually getting traded by Xenox. So NASR now having quite a bit of power here, especially onto the side of IKURD. As Golden gets bombarded with utility, is going to be mollies just all over the place. But Golden going to have to deal with the beast of a blue zone that is going to be just tickling away at that health bar. Now starting to lock in chunk after chunk, but Golden are going to be settling for anything less as they look to try and capitalize, play the opportunity, but instead they will fall. They do not get the angle secured on Vision. Now it's going to be NASR jumping in, rushing in on R8. SK Ton super low on that health bar. Things don't look all too hopeful here for SK Ton as they are getting met with quite a bit of lead. Oh, they do fall to the blue, and that is NASR now. Holding on to quite a bit of a dominating position, especially up on towards the edge of zone. ONYX Ravens, they've been pretty dormant. Only 2 eliminations, not making a lot of noise for the entirety of this match, but now they have no other choice. Now they got to step up to the plate. Now they have to deliver. But are they going to be able to meet the requirements? GEEKAY not going to be flinching. They just hold steady. They know how to play the stage. It's going to ride out that storm. In the meanwhile, NASR looking to see if they can maybe find a little bit more hope onto the side here of Vision. Vision also with very limited options here. The Scrim now just trying to smoke it up. Up comes the push. Xenox looking to close it out, but instead it's the Scrim that finds Xenox. Oh, down they go. NASR now up to 8 eliminations as they do seal the fate here for Vision Esports. It's our final 4 teams now left to contest for that chicken. Quest down on 1. Easy somehow managing to survive all the way up into this 8th phase. We're about to hit the 9th phase. NASR getting spotted out as J7 finds themselves on their knees. Nowhere left to move. The rest of the team, meanwhile, are going to be looking to get themselves perched up in center zone. Again, not the easiest spot to play from. But seeing that it is going to be 9th stage, they don't have many options. The Blues on this going to start closing in right about now. So it is going to be go time. It is going to be party time. To see who's going to be the one to clutch it out. Which team is going to be walking away victorious? Who will be sitting with that glorious winner chicken dinner? GEEKAY on only 4 eliminations. NASR on 8. ONYX Ravens on 3 now. Oh, up comes the hits, the sprays, the angles continuing to be played here. Easy trying to get themselves out of a very tough spot. Instead, the lobby is going to be their optimal choice. GEEKAY now up to 6 eliminations as we say goodbye to Quest. Final 3 teams left to duke it out. That is the end of Latham. Saleh now trying to make the most out of the situation, but NASR also getting spotted. Xenox is down, and this changes things up for the side of NASR. Starch also falls. They now relying on, Spec to try and see if they can focus and claim that prize. But out comes the MG3 as Hope now restores the glory for GEEKAY. Locking in that winner chicken dinner. A very aggressive push coming through from the side there of GEEKAY, but they know what's at stake. They know what they need to do. They need to dominate. the living heck out of not only today, but tomorrow as well. So a great start coming through for the side there of GEEKAY, doing exactly what they need to do to ensure a very successful run. And of course, doing so with a very healthy dose of eliminations as well. Gotta love what these teams are capable of. But I think GEEKAY now just starting to get a good sense of what is to be expected from them, especially moving into today's matches. Sure, we'll let it slide. Yesterday, not exactly the kind of day that we were hoping to see come through from GEEKAY, but already with a performance like this, stepping up with 8 eliminations and that winner chicken dinner, this could be the start of quite a bit of magic now coming through for the GEEKAY Force. But as we know, we need to take a look and see exactly how many points all our respective teams were able to secure. I mean, Twisted, they had a tough run. Just very, very tough luck. We could say the same for the GANGSTERS as well as the FALCONS, as we saw them not having a very successful position playing out in their favor, but the rest of the lobby stepping up to the challenge. In fact, we've got 2 teams securing their play on double-digit eliminations. Of course, we'll be heading into that in a very short moment. But wow, what a performance GEEKAY brought to the battlefield here. Of course, we are going to be seeing exactly what that translates to with regards to the damage as well. Because, I mean, looking at the region where we moved into with the final few phases, it's a very, very challenging spot to be playing. But the teams are going to be shying away from a challenge, as they know this is the finals. Every single point matters. And that could be the difference between getting into pole position and not even being in contention. So let's see exactly what that situation is. And of course, here we go. Hopping straight into it is going to be GEEKAY walking away with a glorious 18 points. 8 eliminations. NASR and Vision hitting those double digits for 16 and 13 points respectively. And of course, we've got the players there from Slime Machine only capitalizing on aggression as they walk away with 7 points. All that came through from the lovely Elims. Quest only finding 1. So it was a bit of a tough stretch. IKURD also then finding himself 6 eliminations. But as we take a look, it's going to be Triple joining GANGSTERS, FALCONS, and Twisted Minds over in the donut shop, finding nothing but bubbles. But of course, Brute Force also, and ARB only with 1 elimination to their name. So very, very contentious lobby. But looking at the damage, ooh, look at that though. The conversion rate is going to lean in favor of NASR, finding themselves 10 eliminations out of 1963. Of course, Vision with a very heavy hand alongside GEEKAY there. In fact, all 5 teams here doing quite a bit of work. But I'd love to see that. A very aggressive start to our second day here. And of course, as we know, we are getting closer and closer to that midway point, right? 2 more matches to go, then we are halfway done with the finals. So whatever the teams haven't been able to accomplish in the first half, it's going to become increasingly more challenging, especially moving into that second half, not only of the day, but also of the rest of the final. So quite a bit of pressure riding on these shoulders. In the meanwhile, we need to take a look and see exactly what the point situation is, to see where these teams find themselves and whether or not we've had any major shifts come through. But we got to say, though, I mean, some very exciting angles being held here as we take a look at those replays. Vision looking to step it up. Saif trying so hard. At least walking away with those double-digit eliminations. But again, a very, very challenging spot. I mean, this is essentially where the turning point came through for Discrim. I mean, still managing to get that spray up in towards Xenox. Unfortunately, the follow-through wasn't exactly on point. But had it been, I mean, things could have maybe ended up quite a bit differently here. ONYX Ravens also playing a very, very strategic play, right? Keeping it nice and quiet all the way to the very, very end of that match until deciding to strike. Unfortunately, they've given a team like GEEKAY just too much room to wiggle on through, and they just built up that momentum, managing to maintain that all the way through to the very, very end. But you got to commend NASR. They really tried quite hard. Unfortunate angle here for Xenox, though. That again could have been quite a bit of a turning point had they been able to hold those numbers nice and steady. But I mean, it's very tough to contest against that MG3 spray coming through. Spec, though, is going to be picking up the most eliminations for this match, with 13 walking away with the most damage. Then, of course, we got Golden right up there with that utility finish. And Volt coming in with a beautiful range head. Surprisingly to see that the distance covered in this match wasn't as great. Only 9.8. That is the max for the day. Well, max for this match. But impressive nonetheless, as we do load up even more coming through here with regards to those stats. Of course, next up, we need to take a look and see exactly what the leaderboard situation looks like. It seems like there are just too many stats to try and process, as we are going to be waiting for everything now to just load on in. It does seem like it's there. But yeah, it's going to be now up to the leaderboards to see exactly whether or not we've had any major shifts come through. I mean, we did have NIGMA, Brute Force, and Quest holding on to the top 3 coming into this past match. So let's see whether or not they've been able to maintain that position. Of course, we'll take a look at it right now. Well, the answer is no. GEEKAY managing to hop all the way from 4th up into 2nd place. Now finding themselves only 21 points away from NIGMA Galaxy. So that winner chicken dinner really going a long way for the side there of GEEKAY. Slime Machine also then moving themselves up all the way into 7th place. Again, just trading up a slot, right? Trading places rather with the side of RTG. We need to take a look at that 2nd page as well to see what the situation is and where these teams find themselves, or where the rest of the lobby then find themselves. NASR also with a beautiful 2-slot jump, trading places with Team FALCONS. And then, of course, ONYX Ravens moving up all the way from 14th into 12th place. As a result, Twisted and GANGSTERS, they've been relegated down to 13th and 14th position. But NIGMA Galaxy is still going to be holding on to the lead with regards to those eliminations. Again, only 2 ahead of Brute Force. But speaking about eliminations, speaking about aggression, our next map is going to be the map that will allow for the teams to get quite aggressive, as we are going to be sending it out right into a little bit of that Sanhok action. Now, yesterday, Brute Force, they were able to secure themselves the winner chicken dinner on the first Sanhok of the day. As we know, moving into today, that is not necessarily going to be the case. That is not necessarily going to be the whole situation here. But we'll get to see exactly what our teams are going to be doing and who's going to be the ones looking to step it up, and whether or not they'll be able to maintain that consistency moving through here. As we know, right, so the first one went to the side of Brute Force. The second chicken went over to the players from IKURD. So there is quite a bit of an opportunity for either of these teams to look to replicate those efforts. IKURD, of course, securing themselves a glorious 18 elimination victory. So they've set the bar, they've set the standard. Now let's see who's going to look to step up and meet that standard, or maybe even look to surpass that. Motaz is on the desk. Yes. There they are. We do see Yusuf also then heading over back onto the caster slot. So they're just changing things up a little bit as we go about the business here, right? There's nothing wrong with keeping a little bit of a surprise going all over the place. It was quite satisfying to see Yusuf making it onto the desk yesterday. Of course, for today, they're back on casting duty. So, it is finals, right? You need to not only change things up with regards to teams, but you also need to change things up with regards to who is sitting where. In the meanwhile, it is going to be go time for us to get a bit of an idea as to what we could be seeing come through into Sanhok, right? Again, basing our stats on what we had come through from league stage, not that it is necessarily all that reliable at this point, as we know the teams continuously keep changing up the way they play through. I mean, IKURD, even in league stage, didn't find themselves a single winner chicken dinner when it came to Sanhok. Yesterday, they did so with 18 eliminations, getting essentially half of the entire league performance on Sanhok in one match, right? Bam! Just locking it in right there. Brute Force, also a beautiful step that we saw yesterday, but back in league, they already had 2 winner chicken dinners, so it's not all too surprising to see that it really come through. I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be coming through from GEEKAY, whether or not they're going to be looking to push again, like they did just now over on Miramar, because they were our top performance coming through from league, so they could definitely look to bring in that consistency when it comes to Sanhok, and of course, it is a map that allows for a lot of that aggression, as we know by now, right? Flight path's not going to be all too important. It is going to be heavily reliant on where that first initial zone is going to be going and how the teams get themselves set up with regards to that. We got a little bit of a random message coming through in the chat there. Yes. All right. Random it is. Just spamming on the keyboard. I guess that also works. I mean, a message is a message at the end of the day. But if you've got any predictions as to the outcome of Sanhok, be sure to let me know in the chat. Use words and sentences, please. It makes sense. It's much easier to read. and then I'd actually know what you are saying in the meanwhile. So give me your prediction as to who you think is going to be clutching out. Do you think GEEKAY is going to go for back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner? Could this potentially be Brute Force now rising up? Could it be IKURD looking to secure yet another victory? Of course, share your thoughts in the chat as we are getting ready to hop on board to see exactly what the teams will have to work with, where that zone is going to be going, and of course, what the flight path is going to be doing. Zio saying that Coops is better overall. I mean, but if Coops says that Rauf is the best player, I mean, who are we to argue with Coops, right? Coops is Coops. Coops is the GOAT at the end of the day. Oh, let's see though. Drop your predictions. We've not seen anything come in the chat. Let me know. I like the discussion that you guys are having though with regards to Xenox and Coops and all the above. I think it is interesting to see all your different viewpoints on that topic. But of course, one that I'm also curious to find out is, you know, what your viewpoint is on Sanhok and who's going to be the team to dominate. And it's all going to come down to that, right? Will we see another team potentially beating 18 eliminations coming into this next match? Could we potentially be looking at a 20-plus game? Only time will tell as we are waiting for that lobby now to find its way on in to see exactly what our teams are going to be doing. But this is your opportunity to share your thoughts and let me know back in the chat. Of course, interesting thing that we also saw in this past match, right? Back in match number 1, that actually we lost 6 players. 6 players to the Blue Zone. That is the highest KD that we've seen for the Blue Zone so far. I mean, in the previous days coming through, I believe League Stage, it wasn't anywhere close to 6 eliminations. 6 players getting eliminated by that Blue Zone. So that's where you got to watch out, and especially moving into a map like Sanhok. As we know, the Blue Zone is even more devastating and is not going to allow for any mistakes. None of that Blue Zone heal strat business anymore, right? There's not an opportunity for that to be the case. But in the meanwhile, it seems like we are going to be heading into a bit of a break, so be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few moments.
زعنا
Yes, yes, we are getting ready to hop into the action yet again. It's interesting to see in the chat that you guys are mentioning the performance from NIGMA Galaxy when it comes to Sanhok. Now, one thing that we did notice, yes, previous season, NIGMA Galaxy, you could see they were definitely not a fan of Sanhok. This season around, I mean, they've definitely changed it up. They have actually been quite a bit of a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they claimed the second highest amount of points when it came to the map of Sanhok, right? Finishing on 106 points, 3 winner chicken dinners, and 60 eliminations. So that's not the highest elimination count that we've got. R8 and Brute Force, they've been doing a little bit better when it comes to those eliminations. But for NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, that is an immense step up in the overall performance with regards to Sanhok. I mean, last season, Sanhok, NIGMA, oof, you know, it was tough because, I mean, last season, they only secured themselves 5 total placement points when it came to the map of Sanhok within league stage, with 37 eliminations, 42 total points. They were sat all the way down in 17th with the overall Sanhok performance. This season, you can see that the focus has been applied to that map. They now find themselves up in second place with regards to the overall Sanhok performances. So a really good play coming through from them. So I'm excited to see what they are going to be bringing into this first Sanhok of the day. Of course, we had a little bit of a rehost Sanhok. Being Sanhok, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It does have a few problems. It happens more regularly than you think, right? But yeah, seems like everything should be back on track. We should be steamrolling on forward to see exactly what our teams are going to be doing. We do have... they need to contest NASR for Picardo. Alright, that is over in towards San Martin. Sanhok, NIGMA will cry. This is the GEEKAY map and NASR. Alright, look at the two teams who dropped there. Alright, you're still talking about a little bit of that Miramar action. Let's see. Oh, Kyle said that they think NIGMA Galaxy are going to get top 5, but they will get taken out by the GANGSTERS. Right, that is one prediction to come through. Alright, we got LOP or OPGC coming through with a bit of a shout out there for NIGMA Galaxy. Of course, curious to hear your thoughts for this match, right? If you think NIGMA are going to be clutching it out, let me know. This is who we have on the desk on the opposite end. As you can see, Yusuf now taking off the jacket, heading back onto the caster desk. So that's why I'm also a little bit torn about wearing a jacket or not, because I'm filling in both roles here today. Starlight and J7 are free to eliminations. Are 2 free eliminations. Sanhok and Spec are the challenge. Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen a bit of a performance come through from J7. Not as aggressive as Xenox and Spec, but still a performance nonetheless. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at what we've got coming through right here as our teams are going to be sending it out. A very centralized flight path coming through, but as we know, that is not going to be too much to smile about. As instead, we want to see where that zone is going to be popping, so the teams will have pretty free reign to get themselves situated into whichever point they choose to. Snake Island. Yes, Nair has been a little bit quiet with regards to those predictions from up above. In the meanwhile, we could look at a little bit of that hot drop action now into Painan. The Slime Machine and IKURD also all the way up in towards the north. Ooh, up in Camp Bravo. Predict which team will be eliminated first. Alright, let's look at the zone. Let's get a bit of an assessment. Good question. Good question. Looking at that zone, pulling up to the edge. I would say maybe Slime Machine or maybe Triple. Just based on the current positioning. I mean, Triple could get encircled there by the Falcons, Gangsters, and RTG. Yeah. That is what I think could be the situation here, Surya. Is it Surya or Surya? Either which way. First hit coming in on Slime Machine. So IKURD could make me give a very accurate prediction. I mean, it's not often that I am very accurate with these predictions, so I'll take it. I'll take it. If that's going to be the case. Javian saying that Twisted are going to be the first one to fall. I mean, that's quite a bit of a prediction, but not quite sure if that is going to hold true. So at the current moment, at least for the side of NASR, Xenox and Spec are going to be carrying. Spec actually sitting with the most eliminations between the two of them. Starch and J7 coming through on 9 and 2 eliminations respectively, or Starlight. Right, in the meanwhile, is going to be Attacker now looking to push up onto IKURD. Ooh. Gonna watch out for them windows. Gonna watch out for them shotties. But IKURD could be in quite a bit of trouble here. Especially now looking at Steezy, but Steezy doesn't have a lot of health, not a lot of HP to work with, and I mean Sly, they don't exactly have the full force here. Alright, we're still waiting for Fashe. I mean, especially if Fashe joins in, yeah, that could be IKURD now getting their ticket punched. They are down to Aram. But Aram now surfing the edge of this wall, looking for a bit of an opportunity. Fortunately for Aram, Fashe is much, much further away. Oh, yeah, tunnel vision, hey? Tunnel vision. Well, I mean, at least I had the area right. Oh, look at the little meows. In the meanwhile, we are left with 15 teams, a lovely northwestern zone. And Twisted and ARB are currently the only two teams held over on towards that island. NASR, they've got free reign to push across that western bridge. Quest, I'm not quite sure how they're going to be looking to play this one, because the moment they push across that bridge, they are going to be running right into the side of Twisted. They can't exactly back out because they've got R8 behind them. So this could be Quest in quite a bit of a troubling position. Meanwhile, NIGMA Galaxy, they're going to be big chillin' down south. The usual strategy on this map is to take it nice and comfortable, especially for those first few zones. Yeah, 13 really wiped the floor there with the side of IKURD. But at least IKURD, they were able to get that one elimination, so it's not a entirely empty-handed play for them. Meanwhile, the gangsters still all the way up in docks. Yes, come on, Kevin. Come on, Kevin, get in the vehicle. Your team is calling. Run, 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 run. Yalla, yalla. Twist, please, you want to see them play PMGC. I mean, the only way to get into PMGC, while we wait for this to process itself, the only way for them to play in PMGC is going to find another way to get in. I mean, they're not going to qualify on PMGC points alone. I'm quite sure what the dealio is here today with what the stream is going to be bringing in, but yes, sir. We'll wait for it all to load up. What I can tell you in the meanwhile is that the gangsters are still going to be looking to push on forward. They've not been able to really get all too far away from docks. In fact, they've actually started to get out of the vehicle. Now it's going to be Jafar looking to rotate up as we fall a little bit behind with what is actually going on. So let me try and speed this puppy back up again. So Vision, though, they're going to be moving in on that far edge of zone. Alright, so please hold while we fast forward this. Right, let's get back onto live. Okay, Vision, run. They are going so quickly. Run, 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 run. I've got GEEKAY trying to push up into Slime Machine. And we're going to be back. There we go! Alright, so Slime Machine. Oh, we're still going. We're still going! Slime Machine are getting rushed upon. Up comes GEEKAY coming through with a spray. It's going to be 13, and CZ are getting met with so much aggression. Unfortunately, we can't see exactly what is going to be happening, but that was GEEKAY just finding the play on towards them. It is going to be in the road for Slime Machine. They are now down to Fashe. Fashe has moved all the way up on towards the northern side of the island. It's now going to be ONYX Ravens looking to push up into Trifecta. Yes, we're just speeding it up, trying to get back onto track here. So bear with us. Bear with us. Ooh, ONYX Ravens getting sprayed down. GEEKAY reaching all the way in. We should be back there pretty soon. So just hold. We're getting there. We're getting there. You're watching PUBG now, happening at light speed. Out comes Hope. This is going to be the quickest jump you've ever seen flying over this river, but they do take a very slow jump, trying to get all the way in. GEEKAY now coming with the spray on towards the ONYX Ravens. It's going to be Laith and R just holding up on the end. It's going to be Saleh and Saad. Ooh, Saad is down up because the spray is the hits. Ooh, it's looking very aggressive. The hit is in though. I'm going as fast as I can, I promise. Alright, let's see now. Up goes the push. Meanwhile, you can see up north in Hatin, nothing really much happening over there for the side of Twisted. Oh, like listen to the shots. Listen to the shots. That is going to be GEEKAY now looking to hold steady, but we do see the side of Triple now starting to encroach. Oh, all the way over on that hillside. Tap. Down goes. Damn, beautiful hit coming through. Alright, we're almost back. We're almost back. NIGMA now going to be pushing in. It should slow down round about now, as I think we are pretty much caught up. In the meanwhile, let's see. No, NIGMA going to be trying to get themselves secured on that very edge of zone. We've lost the side of IKURD, obviously, as we saw a little bit of a while ago. Meanwhile, now it's going to be NASR holding on to a beautiful 4-piece. We are back on live. And there we go. Alright. We are back on the action. Oh, mind now. Getting met with a little bit of a something happening over here. As Discrim steps up, locks in the spray. Alright, now we've sped it up as much as we can. We are as live as we can be. But now let's see what Vision is going to be doing. And they still have 8-0 left towards that northern side. Galaga going to be chilling on this rock. Beautifully high perched. Of course, they need the rest of the team to bring them fortification here. They are going to be sipping on some of that blue juice. As we know, you don't want to get caught out at this point. Ooh. Alright. The Bok going to be trying to see if they can find a bit of a trade. Looking to see what is going to come through from this one. Right, things are quieting down a little bit on the edge here. I mean, on the other hand, things are getting pretty tight. Oh, from the side there of Brute Force, as we do say goodbye to Ado. Galaga also getting found, as the blue zone is going to get ready to pop. Alright, so now NIGMA Galaxy creeping up on that southern edge of zone. Let's see how this play is going to come through though. Alright, GEEKAY going to be pushing in, coming in from that southern side of zone. Ooh, but they've got NASR just up ahead of them. So again, not the easiest rotation coming through here. Oh, nicely done. Prestige. Down they go. Alright, so Result also going to get clapped, as they will get knocked down onto their knees. Quest and Triple fighting for contention on the edge. Oh! GEEKAY though, out in the open. That is going to be Xenox just locking it in. Wow, NASR not going to be holding back, as they look to just rip into the side here of GEEKAY. I mean, absolute showing of aggression coming through here. this is going to be a very important game now, especially from the side of GEEKAY, looking to see if they can maintain that consistency going all the way through. RTG, in the meanwhile, they're going to be just dipping up into the zone. As Groza finds themselves a bit of a position to play from here. Ooh, the hits continuing to come in on their heels. Groza now going to be crashing on through triple. Also finding a few eliminations. We can see ARB now perched on high. Ooh, ONYX Ravens having a very unfortunate position indeed. Down they go all the way in 14th. Suffering a very similar fate there to that of Brute Force. Yeah, I don't quite think that NIGMA is chilling. I mean, you can see them holding on to quite an interesting spread. Coop's the last one to get themselves secured into the zone. As NIGMA, they've essentially got that southwestern side of zone under their control. It's going to be a little bit more challenging moving up in towards Camp Alpha. But NIGMA could be turning their focus all the way over on towards RTG, who we saw pulling in just a few moments ago. Right, so the zone getting ready to deliver, getting ready to pop. Where's it going to go, though? Ooh, there we have it. All right, so this is now going to be that opportunity for NASR, NIGMA, and RTG to show us what they can do when they are blessed with a bit of a zone positioning up into Sanhok. Meanwhile, ooh, we look as Vision comes through with a bit of a push. Quest now on foot, going to be trying to run their way up into that zone. According to Habib, ARB are going to be clearing this map. Curious to see if that is going to be indeed the case. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking on as we do say goodbye to Vision. Twisted now going to be moving up as well, but look at this play. There's going to be Gangsters and RTG. Ooh, who's going to fight it? Up comes Rio. Heavy shoddy defense. But still, those third-party sprays continue to find their way on in as the Gangsters go out in 12th place. Unfortunately, not a single elimination to their name. RTG now going to try and get themselves patched up. R8 going to be looking to do exactly the same, but we got Freak. Freak with a bit of a setup here. Just chilling in the wing. So ARB finding the play on towards Alhaje. So Quest now down to Kante. And yes, Patrick, I do sleep. Sometimes. R8 getting met with a bit of a hit. As Ida has been spotted, identified, and pressured. But let's see whether or not SK Tana is going to be able to get that pickup secured. I mean, fortunately for them, right, well down their bellies, they're not going to get spotted out by Groza here, but ARB could definitely look to play the position. As you can see, we got Osama and Smoker just up on the hill behind them. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Falcons and GEEKAY working their way through Camp Alpha. Quest, though, getting their ticket punched. Out they go. It's going to be 11th place, 2 elims. GEEKAY maybe going to be looking to gatekeep a bit on the Falcons here. Right, so RTG now going to be looking to solidify that zone positioning as they have a decent compound to play off of. NIGMA, you can expect them to come rushing straight on forward. Oh, Pablo! Gonna be met with a little bit of a shoddy spray as Lord secures it from all the way off in the distance. Nicely played there. Beautiful hit coming in. Now, are the Falcons going to be able to pick this one up? They still have 2 players left to try and make a difference. With never alone and having to focus on their teammates. I mean, this does allow for a bit of an opportunity here for GEEKAY. Ooh, R8 though. They will get swept away as they go out in 8th, 10th place. Oh, Osama getting hit while mid-air. Twisted Minds. Now going to be looking to step it up as well. Falcons trying to rush in on GEEKAY. They can taste a little bit of something in the air. Maybe that was a little bit of residue coming through from those shotguns. But in the meanwhile, the mollies will get popped on through. That is Hope now getting lit on fire. It's down to Ragnar. Wahidan needs to watch out. Well, that's Salam trying to get a bit of a push. Is this going to be that opportunity now for the Falcons? The zone is there. Oh, shotty. Oh, Salam gets it, but down they go to the blue. No, GEEKAY out in 7th place. Down to the final 5 we go as the Falcons follow them right back into that lobby. Twisted Minds holding on to the north. RTG, they've not moved an inch in quite a while. Just been holding on to these compounds. Can't really blame them. It is a decent spot within the zone. NASR also going to be looking to just fortify themselves towards that southern edge. But now it's going to be down to NASR, RTG, Twisted, NIGMA, and ARB to contest for that winner chicken dinner. Carl saying that it's going to be a NIGMA pole position finish. Let's see how that rotation is going to work out as they are getting themselves prepped and ready to roll. Meanwhile, RTG trying to leverage a little bit of chaos down onto the edge here. Oh, up is the bush. Oh, nicely played onto the side of NASR. Now it's up to Xenox and J7 to defend. Starch coming through from the back end. Oh, and they clutch it out. Backing up NIGMA Galaxy. So very strong defensive strat being held here by the side of NASR. Starlight and Xenox coming through with a big carry here. J7 yet to find a few eliminations. Now as you can see, ARB reaching across the way into RTG. It's going to be Riva down. Groza, Rio having to see what they can bring on through here. Yeah, that was a very aggressive defense coming through from NASR. So mad respect going out to them. Of course, it's going to be Evo Station. The rest are Twisted now. Trying to find that approach moving forward. ARB still in a phenomenal position here. Can definitely cause quite a few issues now for the RTG squad, as they are yet to start their push. Oh, but up comes the sprays. The first one is in. That is Riva down, but the blue zone going to get the medal of ARB. Oh, as does Groza. See, caused too much problems, and they are going to look to retaliate. Meanwhile, the sprays will continue slowly. RTG gets dismembered. ARB, though, in the meanwhile, will make their way back to that lobby. Oh, look at the blaze, though. Beautiful hit there from Xenox. And that is essentially now RTG out in 3rd place. Still going to be between Twisted and NASR. It's going to be a 4v2 push. Not unless NASR can get themselves back up, and that is exactly what they do. So this is the opportunity now for Twisted Minds to see if they can take that winner chicken dinner. NASR already holding on 12 eliminations. So definitely not shying away from aggression. Oh, Great work coming through from AZ. Now they got to keep their eye on the prize. Sanhok, Starlight now getting caught on the opposite end. Up comes the push. Dammy Crypto starting with a bit of a rush here. It's down to Starlight to see if they can clutch it out. Here we go though. Oh, there we go. Crypto coming through with a spray. The hits, the plays, the winner chicken dinner. There we go. There we have it. Twisted Minds rising to the occasion, clutching it out, and with that, walking away with a lovely fat goose. But a very, very aggressive performance coming through from the side there of NASR. I mean, securing themselves double-digit eliminations. Very sweaty play, but you got to give it up to the side of the ARB champs as well. I mean, they just stepped up. They tried their hardest, right? They really tried to play a good game. Unfortunately, being in such a difficult position up on towards that northwestern island, it proves to be quite challenging. But I mean, ARB, they've been pushed up on the high ground for quite some time. So they were, of course, able to capitalize on quite a bit of carnage. As you could see them really making quite contentious onto the side there of RTG. But RTG came through with a response and then off it went. Off it went. Yeah, so Twisted Minds now getting J7, doing J7 things. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what J7 things are, but sure. Of course, we need to take a look at those leaderboards to see exactly where our teams were able to secure themselves, how many points they were able to secure. But a very, very satisfying play coming through from NASR, Twisted, and the ARB champions. With NASR, of course, well, very happily secured on a bit of a play. Speaking about this, though, I mean, interesting fact. This match claims 7 players by the blue. 7. So the previous match we lost 6 players to the blue zone. This match we lost 7 players to the blue. That is well 6 or 7 players. That is still a very, very interesting fact to see come through. I mean, that is the thing about the blue zone, right? You don't mess with the blue because it is going to beat your butt down. So yeah, what a performance though coming through from this one. Let's see what we have, though, with regards to those leaderboards, as we are going to be hopping in. NASR sitting on 12 glorious eliminations. ARB coming through on 11. Twisted Minds walking away with 7, though, so getting exactly the same amount as the Blue Zone. So well done, Twisted. You are the Blue Zone competitors for this match. So very, very exciting performance there for Twisted. I mean, we've been waiting a while to see that play come through from them. So it was about time. It was about time. That also puts them on 17 total points so far for the day. All of their points for the day so far coming in just this last match. Unfortunately for the Gangsters, ONYX Ravens, and the Broody Fruities, they are going to be sent back with nothing into that lobby. Brute Force also only sitting on 1 point for the day. So again, not the craziest performance that we've seen. I mean, in comparison to yesterday, it is definitely quite different. Taking a look at these plays. Ooh. Gotta give up to the Falcons, though. This was a good play. Unfortunate for Salam that the blue zone was there as well. But you know what? At the end of the day, it is what it is. And this is where ARB, of course, got reminded that you can't get too aggressive from the opposite end of zone. Because if you can see the team, well, guess what? They can see you too. Oh, good angles here by AZ. That nade, though. Bop, bop, bop. And skablam! That is exactly what Crypto needed to get the rush in. And, well, with Starlight into a Star Bright. Looking at these conversion rates, ARB and NASR really efficient. Both teams securing themselves 1,500 damage and milking 11 and 12 eliminations out of all of that aggression. So very, very satisfying performance coming in. But of course, it is going to be Sanhok stealing the show here. Taking the most eliminations as well as the most damage. But a very good conversion rate. 771 damage and 7 elims. I mean, that is very, very impressive to see. Of course, then we got IKURD-E coming through for the ARB champs as well. But, you know, so many strong performances. So I think this was a very, very good Sanhok to come through. I mean, the team's bringing performances out that we've been waiting to see. But I think that is going to be potentially be giving us a bit of an idea as to what we could see coming into our remaining matches of the day. Of course, next up, we are going to be heading into Erangel. So now we get to combine the strategies from Miramar and Sanhok, match them together, and then get ourselves into a little bit of Erangel, right? In the meanwhile, speaking about Erangel, let's take a look at these points. Not that it has anything to do with each other, but here we go. NIGMA Galaxy is still sitting at the top, so no change for the top 4. We do, however, see NASR now taking a beautiful 4-slot jump all the way up in towards that 5th position. So they've started all the way down on the second page, at the top of the second page. And now they find themselves right here. As a result, R8, they got moved down 1. Sly RTG not going to be changing anything on their end. But we need to see what happens on that second page to get an idea as to what the situation is. Of course, it is going to be IKURD now all the way down to 9th. Dropping down 3 slots. We got Twisted Minds, though, with a beautiful upward trend. Hopping up 2 places all the way from 13th into that 11th place. So no change really then coming through for the Falcons and the ONYX Ravens. Gangsters, ARB, Triple also still maintaining exactly the same positions we saw them in before heading into this past match. But now, with Erangel on the horizon, this could definitely bring in quite a few interesting things that is yet to happen here. Because if you remember, yesterday, it was roundabout at this point that we saw a little bit of a something happening. Right, there was one team in particular that decided they had enough. And they are going to be stepping it up. Of course, I'm referring to none other than NIGMA Galaxy to give themselves a glorious 21 eliminations in our first Erangel of the day of yesterday. So will we have a bit of a repeat come through here? Will we see NIGMA being able to bounce back? Because currently, NIGMA are only sitting with 8 points for the day. That's it. 8 points. GEEKAY sitting on 23. NASR sitting on 34 total points. And Twisted essentially tied with Vision Esports. Both teams sitting on 17 points so far for the day. So that is your top 4 with regards to points earned so far after the first 2 matches. But will we see the rest look to wake up? Right, is it going to be that opportunity now for Brute Force maybe to bring in a little bit of something? Well, I sit here and choke. Yeah, so Brute Force only 1 point so far across these past 2 matches. NIGMA has the best chance on Erangel. Yes, they've been the most aggressive team on this map. But it's a nice bit of a change up from what we had coming through from the... Well, actually, yeah, NIGMA is the most aggressive one in league. They've got themselves 6 winner chicken dinners here. And they were also quite a bit of a force over on Miramar in the previous season. This season, GEEKAY, they were the force, right, with those 4 chickens on Miramar. But let's see now what this one is going to be bringing on through as we are prepping ourselves to get into that. So if you've got any predictions, any potential outcomes that you think we are going to be looking at coming into this match, let me know. Because based on points, Gangsters, they are yet to secure themselves a few points. They've not found any so far for the day. So they need points, right? So I'm hoping at least the Gangsters get a little bit of something, right? Even if it's just 1 elimination, so they can add 1 point to the board. Because sitting with a big fat bubble after 2 matches in this kind of lobby, yeah, it's not the kind of thing that you want to have happen here. I mean, Gangsters also then coming in with that 14th position on the overall standings. They've already had a winner chicken dinner in the finals just yesterday. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Gangsters. Not quite sure what that play is. Same thing about Brute Force. I mean, yesterday, 2 winner chicken dinners, locking in 70 plus points. Then now today, after 2 matches, 1 point. I don't quite know. But of course, well, it's a very similar situation. At least looking at our teams with regards to their points, all the way from 9th place downwards, right? So the bottom 16 teams, at least for their points so far. NIGMA on 8, IKURD on 8, Quest on 7, R8 on 7, Falcons on 5 points, Triple on 3, and then Brute Force 1 and Gangsters yet to find a few points, yet to feature here today. So maybe that could all change up coming into match number 3. Who knows, right? But give me your prediction. Our top performers at the other end, I've mentioned them already, but we also then have ARP, Sly, and RTG all sitting with double digits to their name. Then ONYX Ravens essentially, you know, just teetering on the edge between the top and the bottom half of the day. In the meanwhile, we are getting ready to hop in. So if you got predictions for flight path, if you got predictions for zone, I think now would be a good time to let me know. And of course, also, who do you think could be taking the victory here? Right, hit me up in the chat. I'm keeping a close eye on it as well. But in the meantime, well, we should be prepping up. Ooh, yes, I can see the play now up. So let's get ready to rumble, as we are going to be heading into our very first Erangel for today. So we are starting over at Multi Power. Gather around as we pray for Enigma Galaxy winner chicken dinner. Davey saying that we are going to be heading down to the Millie base. Sanhok is going to be finding 10 plus eliminations as an individual. All right. Oh, we'll take the predictions. So very southern zone of flight path rather to come through. So let's see how these teams are going to be responding to that. And of course, more importantly, what that zone is going to be doing. All right, there we go. Zone is going to be pulling all the way to the western side. So yesterday we did see a zone similar to this. Very centered over onto a little bit of that Everest. Nero being torn between NIGMA and GEEKAY. I mean, there you can see the points. 21 points being the difference at this point. But then also with regards to the tally when it comes to PMGC points, it's 131 points now separating GEEKAY and NIGMA. So you want to talk about pressure? There's a lot of pressure coming through here for GEEKAY. As I mentioned earlier, they are really going to have to play a phenomenal day. George end zone. Ooh, IKURD trying to survive. Rotating all the way back into Lipovka. I mean, that is a great opportunity now for ONYX Ravens to follow them in. And maybe get a bit of a jump on them. But let's see what the strat is going to be. I mean, ONYX Ravens, they could very comfortably rotate north. As essentially the entire northern side of zone is going to be quite vacant. Who needs 4 seats if you can just pop a few players on the hood, right? We got Mind and Prebot feeling like Aladdin, as they are just supercar surfing. You know, it's not every day that you see players standing on top of a Maserati. But this is one of those Maseratis that don't exactly take, you know, you're not going to be able to dent the hood. Right, you can just stand there comfortably. So that is quite a bit of surfing. I mean, I think that's the first time in competitive that I've actually seen 2 players surfing a Maserati. So well done to Brute Force. I think that would definitely, that would make the clips. That would definitely make the clips. Let's see. Nair is saying that we are going to be going to the George crates. JV is saying that we are going to be going just into the Georgia Ball in general, so that could be an interesting one indeed. But meanwhile, Brute Force currently one of our most northern teams. Oh, they're going to be heading to Severny. I mean, all that work to just rotate out of the zone for quick quick loot session and then get yourself back in? I mean, I'm not quite sure. They do have about 4 minutes left. So it probably does make a little bit of sense. So I'm going to be blessing us with some tunes here as we continue to move upwards and onwards. Yeah, so in the start of this match, I don't think that they necessarily picked a fight. It was just that they dropped on top of each other. But in the meanwhile now, ONYX Ravens, they've completely forgotten about what has just happened as they continue to rotate further and further away. Essentially all the way up in towards North George. Meanwhile, NASR, they are just finding their way in alongside Potato Hills. You can see the lovely Pachinki down below. But you gotta watch out because we can see those purple dots there, right? That means that it's gonna be NIGMA Galaxy holding nice and steadily. Meanwhile, NASR looking for a bit of a place to rotate in. I mean, they could essentially be rotating all the way in towards Gatka. Oh no, instead they are gonna be looking to head just up ahead. Ooh, a bit of a setup closer towards Everest. Not too far away from ruins either. I think this could be a good stopping point for them while we wait for that next zone to be revealed. Ooh, but Quest, they have exactly the same idea for exactly the same compound. Let's see who's going to be the one to manage to claim it. Right, it does seem like Quest have let it go. As they now head back just beyond Gatka, all the way up towards the lovely Chopsticks. Slide Machine also now coming through with a bit of a play here. I mean, we did see Vision just north of them, but it does seem like both teams are not going to be focusing on the aggression. Instead, they're going to be prioritizing that positioning. Can't really blame them because they have quite a long way to go. So you can't get too tunnel visioned. In the meanwhile, it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy now also just venturing a little bit more onto the west. And in this zone, the west is going to be the best place to be. But I just feel like NIGMA, they've come through with a little bit of a delayed rotation here. So I'm not quite sure if they are going to be able to find a good spot. It does seem like they do have at least these compounds to try and play off of. But with IKURD now just lurking up north. They're really going to have to watch out that they don't get too distracted. Oh, there we go. Aram is down though. Coops. Lord flying out of the vehicle, getting back in. Oh, now comes the jump. Now comes the push. Hey, Golden locks in the hit. Coops now going to be looking to clutch it out all the way through. Oh, up comes the reinforcements as well as Coops now is on an absolute rampage. Just finding IKURD left, right, and center. Freak and Lord is down though. So you gotta be careful. This could be a very costly play. Raouf also now needs to get themselves properly and decently patched up because Quest are gonna be looking to capitalize as Al-Hajj steals Aram. So IKURD now left with one. That is going to be our lead. Just rotating up into the zone. But now Quest turning the tables. Raouf looking to bring Freak and Lord back into contention. Back into the match. But is that going to be a successful play though? Al-Hajj not going to be wasting any time as they rush straight on forward. That is it. IKURD now down to 1. NIGMA down to 1. Wow. Quest not wasting any time. They just step up and they're like, you know what, thanks so much. We'll take it, we'll take it. How's about you get out of here? Alright, the predictions coming through there for Brute Force Quest, NIGMA, and RTG. But based on the performance that we just saw from Quest, I think that they are potentially the team in the running here. I mean, based on the fact that they've got 4 eliminations, right? Taking that out of the side of IKURD and NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, that is just very, very scary. I mean, Group stepped up quite aggressively, right? Rushing into that, finding those eliminations, getting a bucket load of knocks. But, yeah, I mean, it was a little bit short-lived with Quest not being able to resist, right? They also just had to get their share of the chaos. Speaking about chaos, speaking about shares, the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated up in towards this next zone. Falcons going for a position just north of the lovely George. Weirdo, that is a very good question. The answer to which I don't know. But that is, I think, a question that we need an answer to. I won't say easily, but I mean, that was a very quick succession on how that all unfolded, right? I mean, you got to look at what happened. We did see IKURD finding a few of those hits. Then up came Quest, looking to play upset. So I don't say it's necessarily easy. It was just quickly. Alright, so now as we wait to see what that zone is going to be doing as well. Ooh. Ooh. It is now kind of separated, right? Right down the middle. So we got the northern position and the southern position. North George and South George. Yeah, I mean, the third parties definitely are a thing, right? It's difficult to beat a third party, especially when you're already battered and bruised and quite wounded. I mean, IKURD also held up quite a bit of defensive position there. I mean, they're not exactly out yet. They still have Ali alive. But Ali got that opportunity to escape, and that is exactly what they did. The same can be said for Koops, who also said, nope, you know, let's maybe just get out of here. In the meanwhile, I'm curious to see where exactly Koops went, because, oh, okay, Koops surfing that blue zone. In the meanwhile, is going to be Tapok now, just locking it in as they do find Emad. Nice bit of a trade here. Fair exchange. Saif also very excited to get right down to business. Ooh, up comes the hits though. Bandar. Oh! Damn, hitting up those hits. Discrim finding... Oh, Bandar. Now it's a back and forth all over the place. Essentially now down to result. And damn to see whether or not they can hold on to this position here. Evo Station and the rest of Twist now going to come knocking in. NIGMA, unfortunately, going to be going down. As we did see groups rotating all the way into the Georgeable crates, but they got ended right then and there. Now, look at this play. Oh, Twisted. Well, they get the job done, and that is the end of Triple. See, so Quest played a bit of an upset back in that initial play between NIGMA and IKURD. Right, that is the perfect example of a team playing upset. Speaking about upset, Volt with a beautiful drift all the way to the compound. I mean, that is some impressive vehicle skills coming through. Let's see where these third parties are going to be taking us next. The Slime Machine find themselves all the way down to that hospital region. And now with the beautiful shift coming down south. Oof, it is going to be absolute mayhem now erupting in the north. As we got to those bridges, I don't think the teams are necessarily going to be trying to use those bridges to get themselves across the way. Instead, they could be opting into the drink. But R8 is going to be the first team to dare venture across that eastern bridge. That is going to open up a beautiful opportunity now for NASR. You can hear those shots in the background. That is NASR just letting it loose into R8. Here we go, jumping straight into the fight. IDA crashing into the side of the container. As they can't contain the excitement, getting ready to just get that right down to business. But you gotta watch out though. Ooh, these nades, these angles could definitely bring in quite a bit of an upset. Now comes the push. Who's gonna be the one to claim it? NASR holding with a full squad. R8 also gonna be coming here with a full squad. But both these teams side by side on the leaderboard as well. Only 3 points currently separating these two. So let's see who's going to be the one to gain that lead. Is it going to be R8? Is it going to be NASR? Beautiful nades coming through here from R8 though. IDA very accurate. Brute Force also now experiencing a little bit of difficulty. That against AZ. The solo from Twisted. You can see the rest of Twisted now just flying in towards this container yard as well. Up comes the spray though. Starlight trying to light it up as SK Ton gets brought to their knees. A lot of pressure now starting to build. R8 not going to be dipping just yet. Still going to be holding steady instead. Coming through with a bit of a reposition. A strategic play coming through here. Spec comes through with a trade. They do find IDA. There we go. Elimination secured. R8 now down to a 3-piece. 2 actually. It's Prestige and Ragnarok. Oh, Spec coming to inspect. And, well, they will find themselves a glorious elimination. Evo Station also experiencing a little bit of difficulty as Twisted Minds have been caught up on towards that northern coastline. Or that shoreline. But again, not a lot of coverage to make much use of there. Brute Force in the meanwhile, going to be pushing from that southern side. Already down to a 3-piece. Let's see whether or not 13 is going to be able to drive it all the way in. Lath does find the vehicle explosion though. That is Twisted Mind now again. Down to Crypto. At least with 5 eliminations up. Brute Force going to continue with the play onto Slime Machine. We do find ourselves in a bit of a standoff here. Neither team wanting to be the one to overextend to get caught out. But it is going to be 13. And Sly holding a slight bit of an advantage here with that ridge line. R8. Yep, down they go. It's going to be 14th. We did see Ragnarok just falling in the drink. Right there alongside the ONYX Ravens. Right over here is where they went down. Now, ooh, look at Volt. ONYX Ravens coming through with a play. And that is the end of Vision. As their eyes get shut and they make their way back into that lobby. Twisted now still holding on to 6 eliminations. But Crypto not having an easy position to play off of. This was that play coming through from AZ. Very isolated as they took down Pre-Pod. But then came the rest of Brute Force. And, well, they just repaid the sentiment. Now, Twisted down to 1. As we've already lost Dami and Evo Station as well. Ooh, out comes the ONYX Ravens. This is going to put Crypto in quite a bit of a sticky spot. Ooh, the nade is so close. Fortunately, it's only a smoke, but that one is not a smoke. 13 continuing with the chaos down onto Brute Force. But ONYX Ravens now trying to ride out this ridge. Not quite sure where the shots came from. Ooh, but they're going to test the water as Ali also now looks to step it up. Down they go. That is going to be IKURD. Down to 12th place. Ooh, watch out. Watch out. Nade with a little bit more reach. Fortunately, Crypto manages to just stay up ahead of that beautiful hit, though. They do find Saad. And this is the opener, but now you gotta watch out because Saleh has flanked around. Oh, yeah, there we go. Saleh with a big brain strat. Finding the angle, and down goes Crypto. Twisted, though, out with 7 eliminations up. Also, Brute Force, they're gonna be losing Neos. So now they find themselves with only Mind. And that does put them in quite a bit of a tricky situation. Meanwhile, it's gonna be the Falcons and ARB. Also fighting for contention all the way over on towards that northeastern side of zone. Falcons, they have a beautiful opportunity here just to gatekeep the living heck out of the Falcons as Damar comes through with a bit of a swim. Floating their way back into a potential safe spot. But you gotta watch out. Yeah, especially now with the setup going through here from Conqueror. There's not a lot of hope now for the Falcons. Potentially even ARB. But with the warning shots coming through from Quest, that could potentially allow for Damar to maybe just sneak themselves into a little bit of a safer spot. Meanwhile, it's now going to be NASR and GEEKAY contesting for the container yard, looking to see who's going to be the one to walk away with that under their belt. Slime Machine going to be keeping themselves a little bit more distant. Not going to be looking to push up. Need to hold on to that southern positioning. As we wait to see where the next zone is going to be taking us. Ooh, yeah. A great opportunity coming through for Slime Machine. I mean, not the craziest compounds to play out of. But, you know, it's a good, decent amount of hard cover coming through. Especially looking at the congestion up towards this northern side. So NASR now trying to find the angle to play off of. They know they need to get around GEEKAY to get that position secured within the zone. Oh, Gaith! You gotta look both ways before peeking out of a door. Up comes the push though. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, heavy shot he plays here from Santa. The rest of NASR getting ready to breach as well. Let's see whether or not Spec and Starlight are going to be able to pick it up. Santa Hope on the front line. The shots continue to connect on through. GEEKAY not being anywhere close to safe. And this is exactly the opportunity now for NASR to continue being relentless as they are now just taking down a half of GEEKAY. The other half could still be quite a bit of a force to be reckoned with. But it's going to be the end of the road for the Falcons though. Gaith and Ragnar, a very formidable duo to go up against. Essentially like a mini GEEKAY squad. NASR don't of course know any of this, as they are just going to try and clean it up as they push on forward. Not going to be looking to let any potential opportunities pass them by. GEEKAY though determined to defend. See a lot of utility getting sent out. Gaith now just waiting for those footsteps to draw closer, to draw nearer. But NASR will have to make something happen at some point, right? They can't just continue to wait on the edge. Instead, they come pushing straight through into the warehouse. Oh, beautiful angle. One down, one more to go. This could be it for NASR, and in fact, it is. As NASR takes down the entirety of GEEKAY. It's going to be ARB and RTG fighting all the way up and towards that northwestern side. But ARB finding opportunity as they do get growers out. Down they go. Ooh, RTG now down to 2. This could be the opportunity now for ARB to bounce back, but they also have 2 knocks on their side, so it's a very fair trade coming through between RTG and ARB. Of course, Gangsters going to be looking to play the upset as we do say goodbye to Smoke. Ricardo also just inching their way on forward. Sama pushing forward for that res, but down goes Ricardo Kalaga. Looking to continue with the opportunity here, but again, you got to watch out because we have Quest just sneaking in behind them. So Quest, they're going to be looking to play the upset here. Meanwhile, it's going to be NASR pushing forward, spotting a bit of an opportunity, getting themselves a little bit closer onto that compound in which we find Mind. But this could be the play now for Kalaga, cooking up that nade. Trying to see whether or not ARB are going to start to flinch. Instead, it is going to be Doc looking to come through with a bit of a response. Oh, but that zone now shifting down south. The only team currently held within the zone is essentially going to be Slime Machine. RTG going to be coming through with a bit of a strafe as they start to push on forward. Quest up ahead. Oh, come on. Is ARB going to be able to survive this one, though? Going from a two-way fight to a three-way engagement. Gangsters also looking to get a share of the action here. It is absolute chaos. But only one of these teams are going to be able to move on forward. Mind, of course, now reminding NASR that they aren't necessarily allowed to move closer to that zone. Oh, Spec. Getting so close to getting wiped, but in the meanwhile, up comes the push. It's going to be DBS now up against the UMP. UMP has won this fight many, many a times before. Oh, there's the trade though. That is the end of the road. Steezy closing it up all the way from center zone. Quest also going to be falling as they walk away with 8 eliminations in 7th place. Now it's down to the final 4 contenders. NASR, ARB, Gangsters, and Slime Machine. But Slime Machine, they've got the numbers, they've got the angle, they've got a positioning. But will they have the chicken? Beautiful 2 or 3-1 split coming through from Sly. ARB Osama. I'm going to risk it because they want a few more biscuits. You got to watch out because Kevin is going in to Jafar to get that res through. Oh, nice hit from Walsh. And just to think, a little while ago, Walsh was the one that was getting motivated by the team to hurry up to get in the vehicle so that ARB can secure themselves up into zone now. Beautiful turnaround. Let's see whether or not Tok is going to be able to lock in those sprays. It goes to third party, continues to action now. There we go. Jafar. Beautiful, beautiful hits. As I've said many a time before, give Jafar a DBS. They are an absolute menace. Ooh, look at the nade though. That could be right on attacker. Ooh, very close. But now it's between the Gangsters and Slime Machine to decide who will be walking away with this winner chicken dinner. Sly still holding on to the opportunity here. 6 eliminations already. But all of that being brought in by Steezy and 13. Ooh, attacker, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. That wall is not bulletproof. Well, it might be bulletproof, but it surely isn't nade-proof. Now, Walsh gonna get pushed upon as attacker is gonna start to move on in. 13 is down. And it's now a 1v3. Potential 1v4. Oh, nice trade, attacker. So Walsh finding one. Still needs to find the rest, but this is where it all comes down to these last few positionings. Oh, come on. Walsh cleaning up, but the blue zone gets the better. Down they go. Naki Choris sealing their fate. That's the blue zone, if you didn't know. In the meanwhile, is going to be that winner chicken dinner going straight into the clutches here of Slime Machine. What a glorious performance that was coming through from their end. Exactly the kind of upset we were looking to see come through here. And of course, the teams again not disappointing, just inching their way on forward. But Slime Machine looking so confident, pushing into that last bit of the zone. I mean, they had the numbers, they had the positioning, and all they had to do was exactly what they did, was hold on and just pop in any direction they can see movement happening. So well done to Slime Machine. Of course, a very satisfying performance. A great way to conclude our first Erangel of the day. But of course, well, we know we need to take a look at the points. I mean, we don't see any double-digit elims coming through this time, seeing that it has been such a contentious zone and a very difficult rotation for many, many teams to get themselves secured all the way towards that western edge of the map. But again, that is what we would like, right? You'd like to see these teams being put through the hoops to see whether or not they can jump or if they're going to crash and bump their heads. A few of them bumped their heads, a few of them jumped through it. But, you know, you can't always just jump through all the hoops that the zone throws at you. So very exciting, Erangel, indeed. But of course, well, that marks the halfway point of the finals and the halfway point of the day, as we've now concluded our third match here, also the 9th one of the finals. We've got 9 more matches to go. 3 for today, of course. So we are going to be playing through that same map rotation yet again. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, that is what we're going to be jamming to see exactly who are going to be locking it in. But before we get there, we need to take a look at this match points, as we've got Sly Machine walking away with a lovely 17 pointers. We've got ARB with 9 eliminations for a total of 14 points. And then, of course, we can see NASR coming through with 7 there as well. Quest picking up 8 Gangsters. Even though they finished in second place, they only find themselves 4 eliminations, at least still finishing up on those double digits. As a result, Falcons, IKURD, and R8 are going to get sent back empty-handed, not a single point in sight. But we were talking about it a little bit earlier on, right? There was one team that needed a few points. It was Gangsters, and, well, they came in with a glorious double-digit match. So that's exactly what we want to see. ARB, though, going to be hitting it all the way back to 1994. With those 9 eliminations, a little bit of a, you know, look back in time on that one. But a very aggressive and very satisfying performance in their end, indeed. But that's what we love to see, teams bringing through the upsets. NASR also dealing a decent chunk of damage. Thank you, say there for Quest, as well as Sly and Twisted. I think the biggest conversion rate, the strongest conversion rate, though, is going to hold true for Quest, right? Finding 8 eliminations out of only 1,200 damage. So very, very impressive indeed. They were looking to be quite a bit of a nuisance here. Oh, but you got to commend the efforts there from Walsh as well. I mean, just stepping up with that DBS is so close from getting knocked on down. And then we're just like, no, not yet. Not yet. Just hang on a second. And this is where it all started to crumble. Slowly starting to play out. But again, Walsh not going to be going down without a fight. I think the Blue Zone played quite a bit of an upset here. This match round, Blue Zone only taking 2 lives, right? Only 2 players falling to that Blue Zone damage. So well done to the lobby. In the meanwhile, we take a look at the leaderboard. First, second place, still exactly what it's been. We do, however, see Quest now inching their way up into 3rd. And, of course, the players there from Slime Machine also moving up 1 slot up into 6th place. So good upward progression going through for those 2 teams. But, of course, we need to take a look and see what the situation is on that second page. NASR, though, holding on to the most aggressive spot. They are sitting there with 53 eliminations, well ahead of the competition. In the meanwhile, second page is where we see Triple, or rather Twisted. Twisted now moving up into 10th place. Again, trading places with Vision. Gangsters also taking a beautiful 2-slot jump all the way from 14th up into that 12th position. Now finding themselves tied with the Falcons, sitting on 78 points apiece. So good to have these performances come through here. But of course, looking at the points for the day, NASR is going to be the top point earner so far with 45. Yes, 45 points after only 3 games. So, I mean, that is the kind of approach that GEEKAY actually needs to bring in if they are looking to contest NIGMA Galaxy for that pole slot. Speaking of NIGMA, NIGMA has only been able to find themselves 10 points so far. GEEKAY, however, sitting on 25. Slime Machine then on 28, and the players from Twisted on 24. Now, team currently holding on to second place with regards to their points for the day is going to be the ARB champions, who find themselves on 30 points, 21 eliminations, and 9 placement points in total. Zia saying, good thing GEEKAY isn't consistent either. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a unfortunate play, though. I mean, as you said before, GEEKAY, the only team realistically in a position where they could look to contest NIGMA Galaxy. But we do have another team now just riding up the back end there as well. It's going to be R8. R8 sitting on 11-22 points. NIGMA Galaxy sitting on 13-15, right? So that does close the gap a considerable amount. Bringing us down to just under 200 points. So I'm not quite sure whether or not R8 is going to be able to catch up. I mean, if GEEKAY continue with the consistency that they've been showing today, I'm not quite sure whether or not GEEKAY is going to be able to catch them either, right? So this could kind of be, you know, it could be already secured to some extent. I mean, especially with GEEKAY on only 25 points, they need to be sitting on around about 40-ish, right? But in the meanwhile, while we process everything, let's head into a quick break. See you guys back in a short few moments.
وبالحياة الواقعية إيش كان في عندك شيء تعلمته يعني بالفترة اللي إحنا موجودين فيها ضمن المنافسة شيء يعني كيف أوصف لك السؤال إنه أعطيني جزء من خبراتك أو شيء من يعني صعوبات واجهتها وأعطتك خبرة بالحياة.
Taking experiences from real life. I would say before PUBG Mobile, or actually in the beginning when I started PUBG Mobile, it was just it was too hard with school and PUBG, you know, trying to manage them, and it was one of the hardest things to manage. In the end, I had to choose. I had to sacrifice one of them for the other, and I chose PUBG Mobile. I don't suggest that for the other people to do, but that's what I did, and it was.
But you are successful in this.
Yep, yeah, but it doesn't always work. But for me, it worked because I really tried to redeem the fact that I sacrificed, you know, school for it, and worked really hard for it to work.
فريق عندك رسالة حابة توصلها لجماهير نجمة جالاكسي أو شيء معين تطلبه منهم؟
I don't ask anything from them, to be honest. As always, I really appreciate their support. They've always been with us from the bad times to the good times, and we're just trying to make them enjoy the games, try to show a good performance, and show them good results, because that's what they love. And I really appreciate their support. They've always been with us since a long time.
Well, here we go, getting ready to hop right back into the action as we are heading into our second half, right? The back end, the final stretch of the finals, at least for today. We got 3 more matches to go, and that's going to be it. That's going to be a wrap for day number 2. Then it's down to the final 6 matches. It's all come down to what the teams are going to be bringing in as we head into our second rotation of the map. So we are going to be heading straight into Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing in for match number 4. Now again, yesterday this was a bit of a turning point. So curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing in and how they are going to be looking to respond with regards to that. Of course, you remember yesterday, GEEKAY stepped up, got themselves 12 eliminations, all the way in 3rd place. Quest, actually. Quest with the team to get themselves that winner chicken dinner, doing so with 11 eliminations. So there's definitely got to be quite a bit to look forward to here, as the teams will have that opportunity to step up. I mean, Quest, they've been trying to be quite aggressive here today, right? With varying levels of success. It's 16 points coming through. I mean, it's again, not the greatest amount of points that we've seen, but points are points at the end of the day, right? As long as you are able to consistently secure points, you have a good system happening, right? A good amount of flow being created there. But, I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult to contest the phenomenal consistency that NASR have been bringing in so far today, sitting on 45 points, and that without a single winner chicken dinner. So NASR just locking it in, right? Whatever NASR is doing, they need to continue that, because it is going to turn some really good results for them at the end of the day. Looking at NASR's position with regards to that leaderboard, of course, sat all the way down in 5th place. If they continue with that trend, they've only got a few points to try and catch up with, right? They're currently sitting on 115. We do see 153 being the spot up in pole position. So that does mean it gives them around about, what, like 38 points? More or less. 38 points to play through to get themselves up into contention. So for NASR, this could be a very, very hopeful day. Teams just above them within that leaderboard, of course, is going to be Brute Force Quest. And then we know GEEKAY and NIGMA's position as well. But Brute Force, only 6 points. They're really going to have to pick it up moving into this final stretch, right? They've shown yesterday that they are capable of securing themselves those winner chicken dinners because they brought in 70 plus points. Now, today, 6 points. It's really difficult to draw a good comparison between these 2 days. Not quite sure what the approach is coming through from Brute Force, but if they are going to be looking to fix it, they have to do that really, really quickly. And again, based on the points that we've seen so far, I'm not quite convinced that GEEKAY is going to be able to catch up with NIGMA, not based on the way that they've been playing these first 3 matches. Maybe if they step it up now, moving into the final 3, they could be there. Maybe there could be a possibility for them to bring in a bit of magic, right? But having to try and close that gap is becoming increasingly more challenging as NIGMA are slowly inching their way further and further up the board with regards to those PMGC points, right? So, yeah, there is going to be quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of heat yet to come on through. It does seem like we've run into a little bit of an issue with regards to the match, so we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back again very, very soon.
ورجعنا
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're getting ready to hop straight on into Miramar. If you want to kick off another round of knock knock jokes, be my guest. Hit it up. Let's see who's going to come up with the most creative PG-13 knock knock joke. Right. Let's see how creative you guys can get. In the meanwhile, we are going to be waiting for Miramar. As well, the map is there. The players are on it. They're just waiting now for the plane to get ready so they can start soaring and show us exactly what they're going to be bringing through. Of course, if you've got any predictions, any outcomes of this match, not be the time to let me know in the chat, right? Where do you think the zone's going to go? Where do you think the flight path is going to be taking us? And if you want to be bold, you can tell me exactly who do you think is going to be clutching it out and how many eliminations they are going to be getting. I just got home an hour ago. Well, either which way, welcome, 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 as we are going to be hopping and settling into a little bit of this lovely action here as we move into the second half of the day. What's up, Jihad? Good to have everybody here. So, well, there we go with the flight path. Also going to be starting up in Campo Militar, heading all the way down to that southern coastline. It's a nice lineup here for the teams to work with. Alhaji coming through with the most damage there, as you can see, 38-13. A pretty hefty amount of damage being dealt. Broody Fruities for the win. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But that's also usually what we say. The yes, sir part is when we have just a guy with a mustache or without a mustache coming into the chat as well. Nair coming through with our first knock-knock joke. Who's there, Nair? Who's there? In the meanwhile, players are going to be looking to get themselves situated and dispersed. On the western side of zone, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get into. Daisy who? Let's see where that zone is going to be popping. I'm kind of hoping for west. No, never mind. It's the southern zone. I got disappointed there for a quick second. You can see the zone now. Looking quite favorable. I mean, NIGMA, they're going to be quite happy with this, seeing that they like to play that southern position. But, of course, the zone is not yet confirmed to stick to that southern side. It can still maybe pull up in towards Chumacera, maybe Los Leones. And if it's a really lucky zone, it could maybe even be ending all the way up into El Pozo. But yeah, we just saw the leaderboards there. They see me rolling. Good one there, good one. Very good knock-knock joke. That is exactly what we appreciate. In the meanwhile, let's see how the teams are going to be looking to appreciate the zone. Yes, very PG-13 indeed. Getting a quick look inside the vehicle there as well. We got a few jams playing in the background here as we're driving up in the vehicle here with the Broody Fruities. As they head now in the direction of potentially Monte Nuevo or El Pozo, which is their home turf. And the music gets muted as we hop across the way back up into Los Leones. It's going to be Sly Machine and ARB, as well as NIGMA Galaxy. JVN coming through with a Los Leones end zone prediction. Let's see whether or not that is in actual fact the case here. Whether or not NIGMA actually heard the joke. In the meanwhile, we look at the stats here for ARB, sitting with an average of 2 eliminations and 642. So for those of you who watch football, now would be the time to give your answer to Damar. Who is your favorite football player? While we wait for a little bit of action to unfold out on the lovely Miramar. So if you want to drop your predictions, now would be the time to get them in. The most recent Miramar we saw was the one in which Quest stepped up with a lovely 11 eliminations. Of course, Brute Force also fighting himself. 16 in the first one. 13 going to side of NIGMA. Ronaldo have to look up to Messi. I mean, it's between those two essentially, right? Between Ronaldo and Messi. Some people are Ronaldo fans, other people are Messi fans. I am a PUBG fan. Right, that is it. In the meanwhile, it is going to be the Falcon fans that are going to be cheering them on now as they look to get a bit of a play here. Just towards that eastern side of, you know, Hacienda del Patron. Twisted Minds already situated well within that position. San Martin is currently held by the side of R8. The Gangsters, well, they're going to be rolling up into Al-Azhar. CR7. Hey, hey, hey. Sajan coming saying, it's Ronaldo! It's also Quest! Rotating back into Al-Azhar. Ooh! What did Al-Hajj do there? That's not how you're supposed to rotate up. Oh, Al-Hajj. Keep your fingers off the screen while you're riding in the vehicle. Right, otherwise more of that is gonna happen. At least a little bit of excitement coming through in the early stage of the game. We got our first vehicle blunder being played there by Quest. Well done, Al-Hajj. GG. In the meanwhile, there's going to be Vision looking to rotate out of Impala, heading down south towards Triple. Michael Jordan. Yeah, Al-Hajj performing the stunts. Speaking about stunts though, Galaga also going to be trying to pull off a quick few moves here. Let's see whether or not that is going to be coming to fruition here for RTG. Does it seem like Twisted are going to be maybe opting a bit of a different approach, getting themselves situated into the zone. Evo Station want to return a little bit of the favor here. See whether or not Kalaga is going to be moving up. Oh. Just narrowly missed out on the opportunity there. Mini slowly replacing a DBS in tournaments. I mean, the Mini has always been a thing. Right? We've not seen anyone really stopping the usage of that Mini. Ooh. Xenox could definitely do with a bit of a Mini there, as the M4 spray at that range, not all too easy in the meanwhile. Oh, well, this spray is now going to be quite easy. M4 can definitely work at this range, as Ida will now be experiencing that as the vehicle starts to smoke. That check engine light coming on, as Ida now needs to replace the oil. Car just doing a little bit too much work, and of course here we go. Ragnarok going to be rotating up as well. J7 going to be experiencing a little bit of car trouble themselves. But who will be the one to take the car to the mechanic first? Coops though coming through with the hit onto Smoker, as we saw in the feed. You see ARB down south there pushing up on NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, there we go. Ragnarok rather is going to be the first one having to take the car to the panel beaters and the mechanic, as they now get the slot up in the lobby. R8 still going to be holding into quite a bit of a position here. Again, not going to be looking to disengage entirely. Ooh, but FALCONS sprays though. The hits! Krups is going to follow through as they do find Smoker, and that is the end of the road. Of course, that is what happened. But let's see what is going to continue to happen here. Coops not going to be giving it up now. Ooh, going from ARB onto the ONYX Ravens. Not quite sure what Smoker was doing so far away from the rest of the team, but I guess we'll take it. Well, that's exactly what Coop said when they spotted that opportunity to get the elimination secured. In the meanwhile, Gante is going to be hiding in the corner. Not quite sure if that's a naughty corner or the knock-knock corner, but either which way, Vision going to be waiting patiently to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity here. As Fahidan also now comes to rotate up. Damar saying that NIGMA Galaxy are indeed going to be going to PMGC. Mark my words. Yes. Hey, Gunset, welcome to the chat. So NASR now have a little bit of free reign up on towards that northwestern side, rather. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Brute Force pulling in on R8. Not exactly full sending it, but they are going to be looking to find a bit of an opportunity here. As you can see, Ida Prestige is holding well up ahead. Ooh, beautiful nade here from Ido. But now is the opportunity. Let's see whether or not SK Todd is going to be able to survive this. Neo's also down off in the distance. So both sides having a bit of a fair trade. Alright, so here we go. The zone now getting ready to pop. Brute Force, R8, still in a bit of a standoff. No one really going to be looking to push anything, but we do see Prepod rotating up to get that rotation, or that res rather, secured. IKURD, ooh, going to be starting to trickle up as well. Oh, up comes the hit slower. Who is that? Oh, it's Brute Force losing a player. See whether or not Ado is going to be able to step up and answer. Oh, yes, they do. That is R8 down and out. Off they go. 16th place with 1 elimination. Falcons also going to be looking to find a bit of an opportunity, but Falcons well within that zone. Definitely going to be looking to play quite a bit of range here. Take a look back at how we saw R8 meeting their end. NIGMA Galaxy now going to be advancing towards that zone while Coops flies down the hill. They could have a decent position pulling into the southwestern side. I mean, ONYX Ravens just to the east, GEEKAY to the north. But this is still the match in which we need to see a team like GEEKAY step up if they are going to be looking to potentially dethrone NIGMA Galaxy from that PMGC slot. So a lot of pressure now riding on their shoulders, but meanwhile it's going to be IKURD wrapping around that southern edge. Azzy and Golden, the 2 most distant IKURD players. Zone just moving towards that northern side of Los Leones. So very fortunate for the teams that it's not really focused up onto the city, because city finishes exceptionally difficult to play through. Alright, up comes Brute Force. Ooh. Ooh. Could maybe be looking at a bit of that GEEKAY into action. This is not going to be good for the side of GEEKAY though. They need to try and survive. Oh, beautiful nade from Neos onto Gaith. So going to watch out for Santa holding in the wing, but up comes the Molly. This is a full-on breach coming through now from Brute Force. They also spot Santa looking to rotate up. NIGMA Galaxy also bringing in a bit of a contribution here. Oh, so Ragnar down, Gaith down. It's now up to Hope and Santa. But it seems like Santa is going to be pushing into a completely different position here. Santa now going to be playing for that zone positioning instead of looking to support Hope in this endeavor. And this could be that play now. Ooh, look at Rauf though. Rauf and Santa getting ready to engage as well. The trade's coming through from NIGMA. Are they going to be able to find Santa? We'll see in the feed. In the meanwhile, Brute Force focusing in on the rest of GEEKAY. Santa now getting met with a bit of a spray. Oh, Rauf. Rauf, you got to watch out for these ridge lines. And we are going to be looking at a NIGMA Lord MVP busy loading up as well. Well, first Lord needs to try and find a few secure sprays. But out comes the push. Brute Force. Yeah, they've only got one GK member to worry about on this front line. Is going to be Hope now coming through with a bit of a strafe. Down goes the hit for Prepod. Getting found and out they go. So not all hope is lost for GK just yet. Brute Force though are going to be sitting on 4 eliminations to their name. Oh, great timing here from Hope. Trying to get them with a nade in their hand, but down they go instead. Now it's all relying on Santa. See just how far GK will be making it in this match. Brute Force though playing a beautiful angle. Feeling quite comfortable with those 5 eliminations up. This is very similar to the Brute Force that we saw back in yesterday's first game. But now with NIGMA moving in on this hill. Brute Force, they're not going to have an easy way to get out of this one. Ideally, a northern rotation would suffice. But are they going to be opting to push straight on in? Ooh, this could be a mistake. This could be a mistake. I know exactly which name I'm reading, but Brute Force goes down. NIGMA Galaxy. So Soldier Boy, if you don't know by now, I do call Santa Santa. I know what their name is, but I say Santa. So there you go. You're welcome. In the meanwhile, it's going to be IKURD and Twisted. Let's see who's going to be the one to pop off. I could seem like they are going to be committing to a more southern rotation instead of getting involved here with Twisted Minds. But again, not too heavy of a rotation coming through there. As I could move up a little bit, turn around, look to see what's coming in behind them before continuing with their push. Slime Machine also going to be running into a little bit of a problem here alongside ONYX Ravens. ARB now with the addition of NIGMA moving in behind them. So NIGMA could be looking for a bit of a third-party engagement here. Great opportunity to do exactly that. But we're also going to be waiting for that zone now to show us exactly what these teams will have to work with moving into the next phase. You can see the shots continuing to rain on down. Zone is going to be shifting back on towards that western side. So Falcons, NASR with a beautiful blessed position here. NIGMA also going to be trying to reach on in. I mean, essentially they are secured within that zone, but look at that reach though coming through from the ONYX Ravens instead. Ooh, down goes Saleh. Now it's down to R, looking to see if they can survive. Quite a bit of a rush now heading in their direction. Ooh, ONYX Ravens will fall as they go out in 14th. Now comes the rush, the play up into the northeastern side. There's going to be Crypto to be found. The rest of Twisted gonna have to find a way to navigate the terrain here. Again, Twisted now managing to slowly patch themselves up, but again, things are still gonna be quite difficult. Because the only way up is to push over this ridge. And once they make it up onto that plateau, Quest could just have that line of sight. IKURD and Triple also getting really up close and personal. But Triple, well, they do have a bit of a different strategy moving into that engagement. Meanwhile, NIGMA down south, still going to be waiting in the wing to see if there is going to be opportunity available. Now, CZ getting met. Oh, attacker almost getting hit with a headshot. So ARB trying to ride the storm, trying to see where the push is going to come from, but they need to keep their heads on a swivel because, well, it could come in from any direction, especially seeing that NIGMA is going to be holding in the vicinity. Oh, up comes the spray though. Santa trying to make their last attempt. But things are very limited here now for the hopes of GEEKAY. Gangsters feeling that heat as well. Vision just up ahead. Gonna be looking to gatekeep. But up comes the play. Saif looking to reach in. Oh, Jafar. Beautiful nade placement. Now this could be exactly the kind of play that they need to secure the finishes moving in on Vision. But Santa are going to be holding in the wing as well. Ooh, there could be quite a bit of an upset. Now is going to be go time as you can see the play starting to unfold. Santa needs to watch out. A lot of focus could be drawn right down onto them as we wait for the rest of the teams now to make their rotations moving forward as the blue zone is going to start to pop. It's going to be IKURD, Triple, and then the side of Quest drawing nearer and nearer. Ooh, beautiful hit though coming through from Kevin. As they do find Tapok. Volta going to continue to run. And down they go as Fashe, the nuisance, comes back. Locking in the spray and upsetting the plays for Vision Esports. Quest now still trying to defend. Twisted going to be quite relentless. GEEKAY in the meanwhile are going to meet their end. Right, out they go. And only 2 eliminations to their name. IKURD also going to be falling, getting sent all the way out in 10th place. We're down to our final 9 contenders. Pushing for that winner chicken dinner. So NIGMA is still just hanging in the wing. Trying to ride it out as best they can, but it does put them in a little bit of a risky spot. As they need also to crest that plateau, get themselves up there. But Coops finds a bit of an opening onto Talk, and down they go. The Gangsters are going to be looking to swing in as well. So ARB, the Gangsters, and NIGMA fighting for possession of the South. Gangsters with a good perch here. 6 eliminations already to their name. Currently leading with regards to the aggression. Down goes Osama though. And that is going to be a very unfortunate play for the ARB champions. NIGMA are going to start rolling in as they push forward in towards that zone. Still not easy sailing moving forward, but they do spot a bit of an opportunity at the expense of the Falcons. Down goes Lord. Falcons also just teetering on the edge of the zone. Again, not the easiest position to play off of, but now it's going to be NASR pushing in. They find a bit of an opportunity here onto Twisted Minds. Crypto caught in the crossfire right in the middle between Triple and NASR. But this could be the play. This could be a potential clutch now coming through there from J7. Oh, yep, there we go. Twisted Minds are out. Oh, beautiful work here from J7. I mean, J7 really starting to pick it up, especially from match 3, now into match number 4. Spec with a beautiful nade in as well. This could very well be the end of triple. It's all going to be reliant on IKURD, whether or not they can get themselves out of the situation. But now with their back turned to NASR. Oh, this could be that opportunity indeed. Again, the vehicle not being the safer zone at this point to try and hold on to. Yeah, I think this is going to be it. IKURD. Oh! Rio with the upset though. Allowing IKURD just to catch their breath before continuing on with the push. So essentially the teams are helping each other along the way without even knowing it. Gangsters also going to get helped out as they get helped into that 7th place finish. 6th place is going to go to the side of triple. Their reign will end with only 3 eliminations to their name. All the teams essentially in opposition down on towards the southern edge. Down goes Freak as they hits connecting up. That is now the end as well. Wow, 4 teams. That is all we've got left. But it's all going to be down to the hills, down to the mountains, looking to see who can play that elevation, who can play that positioning. Falcons looking to pick up a bit of momentum here. Have a great opportunity on towards Slime Machine. Especially seeing that Slime Machine now find themselves situated in a bit of a bowl, a bit of a dip, right? It's going to be tough, especially with those cliffs coming in on either end of it. Yeah, this could be the Falcons' play to have. They could find themselves 3 easy eliminations right here. Zone also going to be slowly making its way, pushing further and further in on itself. But the Falcons are trying to play this one a little bit more strategically. Not going to want to blindly just rush out into the open. Meanwhile, Never Alone does find Kalaga. Again, just reminding RTG that you have to pay very, very close attention as to what is going on around you. Ooh, the follow through is there. J7 also coming in with a bit of a hit on towards Salam. So Falcons also not exactly in a power position here. But they are going to be holding on to that 2-2 split. Not quite sure if that is going to be the play to make at this point. But definitely they are going to be trying. Slime Machine also not feeling a little bit of that heat as RTG starts to move on. And NASR are going to be looking to get themselves set up in that zone. As you can see up on the mini-map, they have gone for more northern positioning. But they are down to a 2-piece. It's going to be J7 and Spec. But will they be able to hold on? Beautiful trade coming in onto Salam yet again. Up comes Pablo with a bit of a cheeky push. Oh, you got to watch out though. Oh, Pablo quick on the reactions. Up comes the hit from Spec, and that is it. Down goes Pablo. So Falcons already down 2 players. That's up to Damara, Never Alone, looking to see if they can maybe pick up these last few pieces. NASR also essentially down to Spec. So J7 can do nothing but relay information. RTG going to be looking to capitalize. But Slime Machine also very, very quiet. Up comes the push now. It's going to be Spec in quite a bit of trouble. And down they go. As it is a DBS to the face to end their reign. Out with 8 eliminations in 4th place. A very strong finish. RTG coming through with only 3 players to their name. As is Slime Machine. But Team Falcons already with 10 eliminations up. Sitting quite comfortably on those double digits. There we go. Never Alone. See where this fight is going to be taking us though. RTG. Now we're going to be trying to see if they can find a bit of position to utilize here. Slime Machine going to have a pretty tough time because they have to cross that road. to get themselves closer to center. Attacker now going to be taking the body bus. Oh, big moving target. No! Yep, down they go. Essentially just feeding the eliminations over onto the RTG side. The mud of the last hope. The last person left for the side of Falcons gets run on down as Fashe the Menace strikes yet again. Now it's going to be Sly and RTG in contention for that winner chicken dinner. RTG, they do have the numbers. But will they have the momentum to follow through and close it up? A nice spread coming through here from Sly. 13 on the one end towards the south. We got Fashe moving in from that southern side. But who's going to be the one to lock it in? Oh, yeah, 3 points. 3 barrels pointing down on Fashe. Jump shots galore. As they go down now, it's up to 13. Down goes Groza. Up comes the follow through. It's going to be a 13 clutch. No! Reaver comes in off the back end. Rushing through the smokes, and there they go. RTG on their road to glory does secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. Doing so with a very lovely 6 eliminations to their name. What a run! Beautiful performance coming through, and that is exactly what we want to see. The team still staying in contention, keeping that heat, that pressure up, keeping it as tight as they can get it. So very, very exciting action going through here from our teams yet again. Of course, for RTG, I believe that is their first winner chicken dinner. Yes, that is their first winner chicken dinner in the finals, right? So well played to them. Of course, now that does change up their points earned for the day. They are now up to 29 points, all the way up in 4th. So, yeah, big congratulations to them. They, of course, now join the players there from Twisted Minds on 29. So that is the 4th and 5th place for the daily earnings. Of course, NASR now up to 57 total points. So a very healthy dose of points coming through for NASR. Great consistency being shown here, and of course the results are speaking for themselves. But of course we'll take a look at that in a very short moment, as we are going to be prepping ourselves now to jump into the match rankings to see exactly how many points all our teams were able to acquire here. And of course the answer is, well, 16 points going to the side of RTG, 15 coming over to the Falcons, and then it's double digits also then for NASR, Sly, and NIGMA Galaxy, as the consistency has been reigning key. Absolutely glorious to see. Of course, Gangsters coming through with their 6 eliminations as well for a grand total of 7 points. But as we move on to the next page, Vision and ONYX Ravens, unfortunately, going to have to take a stop over at the donut shop. But the good thing is that at least all our teams have points on the board for the day. R8 with 1 does push them up onto a grand total of 8 points. I mean, it does work out quite nicely with a name, but in the meanwhile, speaking about 8, we got 1800 damage being delivered by the side of the Falcons. 1500 coming in between NASR, NIGMA, and Quest. And of course, Twist sneaking it in there with 1468. But a good play coming in, as these teams know what to do when it comes to Miramar, right? They just lock in on the aggression. They lock their eyes onto the prize. And, well, they play the best game that they possibly can. But now, speaking about aggression, right, the next match is going to be the map that lends itself to aggression. None other than Sanhok. It's going to be our final Sanhok of the day, as we just played our final Miramar. Of course, we still have Sanhok and Erangel that is yet to come on through. So, it's 2 more games to go. And it is going to be a pretty sweaty one. But I think the curious thing here is whether or not NASR is actually going to be able to claim themselves a bit of a winner chicken dinner here today. 57 points in total. That is a pretty good consistency to be holding. I mean, and doing all of that without a single chicken in sight. So it does speak volumes as to the capability of NASR, especially their mentality coming into today. But, I mean, they are slowly also inching their way through those points, trying to see how much they can get and just how far up the board they can get themselves situated. So very, very good one indeed. I see what else we got in the chat. A lot of congratulations coming out to the side there of RTG. Ooh, yes indeed, yes indeed. 13 could have clutched. Yeah, they could have clutched. I mean, but it is what it is, right? Sometimes it's all just down to those milliseconds, right? Those micro moments That's not necessarily a thing, but let's make it a thing. Either which way, very, very tough play. Let's take a look at these replays as well. As you can see, the team's just really having to try and crank their way on through. They also asked something about a Erangel winner chicken dinner coming through in the PMPL Arabia 2023. I assume that would be probably the spring split. I think IKURD will win the next match. Ooh, that is what user 472 is going to be saying for us. There we go. Take a look at that leaderboard as well. As we were just popping in a quick bit of a teaser, right? Brute Force now back into third place, just ahead of Quest. Of course, the two of them trading places. RTG and R8 also going to be swapping places, as RTG now moves up into 7th place on 114 points. We're taking a look at the second page. Twisted now up into 9th. We got Falcons also trading themselves up into 11th place. IKURD holding on to 10th. As a result of Twisted's move, they've got moved down into that position. But of course, with the winner chicken that are coming their way, they could maybe cause a few waves on this leaderboard. You know, maybe get themselves secured up into like that 6th or 7th position. Who knows? So if user 472's prediction holds true, IKURD could be in for a bit of a run. I mean, of course, yesterday they were also one of the teams that really stepped it up. But if I'm not mistaken, they got that winner chicken dinner back on the final Erangel of the day, doing so with 18 eliminations up. So that does really show the capabilities of the IKURD team that's been lying a little bit dormant. Oh no, actually, yeah, no, IKURD, they got it in match number 5 yesterday. All right, back on Sanhok. So let's see, is it going to be a repeat play coming through for IKURD? Is it going to be another 18 elimination play? Let's see. Jahan saying that NASR are the finalist specialists. I don't quite know if I agree with that statement, because we had a team lock in even more points yesterday. That was Brute Force finishing on 70 plus points. But of course, we are only now heading into batch number 5, so there could still be a lot of opportunity for NASR to continue to add on points, and who knows? Maybe they could sneak in a cheeky chicken and maybe even get more than the amount of points that Brute Force was able to secure for themselves yesterday. But of course, also keep in mind, Brute Force did that with 2 winner chicken dinners, really helping out with regards to those placement points. So, yeah, NASR doing all of that work without any chickens, right? Let's say they take the vegan approach, right? Staying away from the white meat. Yeah, going for placement. We call the placement potatoes. Yes. Playstatos. They're going for Playstatos. Whatever that is. But in the meanwhile, we are just a few moments away from heading up into Sanhok. So if you got any predictions as to what you think the result of Sanhok is going to be, we already know what the user 472's prediction is. They said that it's going to be IKURD. If you've got your own prediction, let me know in the chat. Let me know who do you think is going to be clutching it out. Also curious to hear where you think the zone is going to be going. As we know, the previous zone in Sanhok went all the way over towards this corner around about here. Right, I feel like I'm doing the weather. So there was a zone around about here somewhere. So do you think the zone is going to go here again? Do you think the zone is going to go here? Do you think the zone is going to go here? Where do you think that zone is going to be going? Because the flight path on Sanhok doesn't matter all too much, right? But especially looking at the position over here, there's a good chance for a few thunder showers. Maybe a light little bit of rain coming through there. Not a high percentage, but who knows, right? Me just pushing that weather thing as far as I can. But in the meanwhile, we are prepping for the plane to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing in. Always enjoys the vegan approach consistently. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing that NASR like to do. They are really good at finding points. You know, even if it means that they're going to have to settle for some veggies instead of getting themselves a little bit of that chicken. Camp Alpha or Ruins. All right, so Camp Alpha would be round about here. That's where Camp Alpha is, round about there. Ruins is round about here. I have to do this all in mirror because, sure. In the meanwhile, we are going to be heading onto that plane to see exactly. It's always humid in Sanhok, yes, because it's nice and sweaty, just the way we like our jungles, right? Because it allows for some pretty intense close quarter combat. You know, CQB or CQC. Whichever way you want to go for. But in the meanwhile, let's hop on the plane, see if we can get that aircon going, as we are going to be jumping right on through. Teams are going to be starting it off all the way over on towards that western side, heading over towards the east. Ooh, a near horizontal flight path. Halloween coming through with a boot camp prediction. Because why not? Indeed, because why not? Alright, so we've got two predictions. Camp Alpha or Ruins, and the other one is going to be Boot Camp. My prediction for this match with regards to what? The winning team or zone? Because zone, I think it's going to go Paradise-ish, somewhere there. Winning team? I'm gonna have to agree with the user 472 then. This could potentially maybe be IKURD. I mean, sure, they were the first team to fall in the first Sanhok of today, but maybe they've learned. You know, maybe they go like, you know what? Yeah, it's fine. We did the same thing yesterday, so today we are gonna be looking to shake it up as best we can. I mean, to give you an accurate prediction of what happened to them yesterday in the first match, right? Our first, the first Sanhok that they played. They got taken out in 14th, similar to what happened to them today. But then came match 5, and they clutched it out with a chicken and 18 eliminations. Ooh. All right, so it is going to be a potential Camp Alpha Ruins play there. So Damar, you might be onto something here. Definitely not going to be Camp Charlie, because unless you can move Camp Charlie up, it's definitely not going to be the case. Right, so up in Paradise, it's none other than our usual customers stepping in. Yeah, Damar, you got it kind of right. I mean, it's not yet decided on exactly which one of those two is going to be leaning more towards. But it's definitely going to be either Camp Alpha or Ruins, or maybe you could just pull all the way up into Trifecta, right? So many outcomes. This RNG is a thing of pure amazement. The lower place squads should hot drop the higher squads, especially on Sanhok. I mean, only if they've got the confidence, right? Because, I mean, if you hot drop on a higher place team and you are not confident about your play, you know, that is you then essentially just delivering yourself on a platter to them. So, yeah. I mean, there are ups and downs to that approach. If it goes Ruins, NASR are going to take it. I mean, sure, I can see why you say that, because they are currently holding on to smack dab center zone. NASR trying hard. They need a win. Ooh. I mean, I don't think they're trying hard. They are just performing really well today, right? If they were trying hard, they wouldn't have been able to be a highest point earner of the day. Currently sitting on a 19-point lead, right, for the day. Not on the leaderboard, just for the day. Right, so, Damar, that is essentially up in Trifecta, right? That position that you're talking to. Yes, you can spot at M24. Yes, 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 yes! I want to see that M24 now. M24 come out. So will we see the shots connecting in, though, or are we going to have that knock? Same zone in PMPL Pakistan. Ooh. Well, that's quite interesting. So the team in which position, based on this current map, took the winner chicken dinner? NASR with a 15 chicken. 15 elimination chicken. Ooh, nice. Alright, I like that one concept. See if that is going to be the play indeed. Meanwhile, it's going to be GEEKAY now. Getting himself situated up in towards the eastern side of this coast. Up on that lovely island. Santa, of course, still out in the drink, just getting their feet back on dry land. We can see them now on the approach. Meanwhile, Quest, they're going to be taking aim onto Twisted. Alright, so Xenox is going to be finding 8 eliminations. Spec going to be sitting with 5. Hey, Crypto Fan Club saying 17 elimination chicken going to Twisted. I'll take it. I'll take it. Inshallah. I'll take it. Imaginations. Speaking about imaginations, Twisted, keeping it nice and quiet here. It's going to be looking on. Imagining what they'll do once someone dares venture up into their turf. In the meanwhile, speaking about turf, it's going to be Vision. Rotating up all the way from Mong Nai. A very lengthy rotation. Quite a bit of distance, quite a bit of ground they need to cover to get themselves situated. But up they come, pushing in, pulling through the compounds. Amazing driving skill. And I gone down the roof, help. Alright, so Twisted going to be the 4th team out, so essentially saying that they are going to leave in 13th place. Right? Is that the prediction? Alright, zone is going to be closing through. We've not yet had any action really come through here. So going to be waiting for the action. Ooh, but NIGMA sneaking in from that southern edge. The gangsters out there sipping on some blue juice, as is RTG and Brute Force. Oof, what a beautiful shift on that zone. Someone asked for a bridge. I think you're going to get a bridge. So a little bit of action. They're going through at the expense of the Falcons as Triple now lock in the first blood, the first elimination. But again, we're waiting for the blaze knot to come through. Triple and Mud. Ooh, could have a bit of an angle onto Never Alone. Beautiful hit, though. That was effortless. A very respectable spray coming through there from Mud. Oh, and the follow through is there. Yep, that is it. Oh. Ooh. Now it's going to be the full send onto the Falcons. Bandar getting caught out in the open. Oh, result. Yeah, you got to duck in behind them trees. Oh, great play. Great play coming through from Triple. As they just play the upset onto the Falcons. So we got NASR, NIGMA, ARB, Sly, and RTG. 5 different predictions coming through as to who's going to be taking the clutch. Who's going to be taking that winner chicken dinner. If you agree, let me know in the chat. Tell me which one of those 5 teams do you agree with. Who's going to be the one to secure the winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, it's going to be the ONYX Ravens down south here with IKURD. Having a bit of a back and forth, a bit of a discussion. Ooh, Golden are trying to move that vehicle out of harm's way. Oh, good trade. Good trade. IKURD. Sweeping ONYX Ravens right off the map. Rolling them up in the rug and kicking them out the door. This was that play coming through. Ooh. ONYX Ravens getting dealt dirty on this one. IKURD stepping up quite phenomenally. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Gangsters flying all over the place. They have quite a bit of ground. I mean, they are all the way over on that far, far edge of the zone. I mean, they are still yet to find even paradise. That is how far away they are. I mean, they're not even at Tatmok or Cow. That's just north of them. A little bit over towards that eastern side. You can see there. I mean, they don't even show on the map. That is just how far out they are. So, not a very favorable spot here for Gangsters and R8 to be in. But let's see how they are going to be looking to play themselves through this one. Gangsters now going to be looking to dip out of dodge. Yeah, they need to play for zone. Especially this being a lovely Sanhok, right? That blue zone is going to be quite a bit of a menace. Oh, NIGMA going to be pushing up from the south as they gain entry into the zone. NASR just up ahead of them. So they gotta watch out. But this could be a repeat of what we had in our first Sanhok of the day. Yes, RTG down to 3. You can see it there. They are tanking on the blue as well. That's why their names are highlighted in green. So teams currently taking damage. Those are them. Those are also the exact 3 teams that are out in the blue zone. Let's see what NASR is going to be doing with their southern positioning. They have NIGMA and ARB to their north and to their south. Ooh, brute force. Sipping on a different kind of blue juice here. Yeah, I think they blew their chance, eh? Here we go. Yeah. That's the end of the road for Brute Force. 14th place and not a single point to speak of. No, they didn't. They started with a full squad. But they have 3 players left in this game. You'll see if we do jump over to RTG, you'll see exactly what the situation is. I don't think Brute Force is going to be seeing red tonight. I think they are going to be seeing blue. Because that's where they went down, right? A different kind of blue, but blue nonetheless. Of course, up to this point, they've now only been able to secure themselves about 11 points for the day in total. So definitely not the kind of performance that we want to see come through from the side of Brute Force. Now those 11 points are excluding this match, in which they in any case got nothing, so that's still 11. Oh, but a very bold push coming through here from the side of Triple. They do lose Dam. Now it's up to the rest of the crew, but they are going toe to toe with NASR. NASR definitely going to be looking to defend, as they are very quick on those reactions, just vaulting out the windows. We do lose Rio there from RTG as Riva now tries to make that last play up north. We can see on that map. Ooh, but let's see where the zone's going to pop. It centers up on Camp Alpha. NASR, Triple, both now in a little bit of trouble here. Quite a bit of danger. Gotta watch out for those sprays, but out comes Triple. Xenox now just locking it down, taking control of the situation. Still NIGMA gonna be looking to rein in with the upstairs. They do find Emad, but a quick response getting sent over to Raouf. Down they go. Ooh! Spec! Wow, respect going out to Spec. Triple out with 5 eliminations. NIGMA now trying to figure out how they're going to patch this situation back together, as we do have Twisted also moving into position. This could be a very, very big upset. Goops also tanking on quite a bit of damage. Goops up on the hill. Ooh, now look at Twisted Minds. You want me to tell me you? Ooh, I don't know. R8 because they sent the zone. Oh. That's what happens if you put me in a spot asking for a prediction. Let's go with R8 because they're holding on to center zone. On the edge here, it's going to be between Quest and IKURD. Based on what IKURD have been doing. I mean, they are sitting on 4 eliminations. Quest, they are sitting on nothing just yet. Hey, Palos. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You've been quiet for a while. In the meanwhile, speaking about quiet, that is exactly what Ali is doing here. Oh, there we go. Easy though. Good trade. Just as I wanted to switch into my golf voice. But here we go. Azzy. Easy. Ooh. Azzy over easy. And there we go. Al-Hajj over Azzy. Nice bit of a back and forth. But easy does it. As Al-Hajj now tries to get themselves patched up. Up comes Aram looking to reach in with a bit of the nade. Gonna try and see if they can maybe res up their teammate. Fahidad, which need to watch out for that blue. Golden also now just inching their way onto that window. Again, these windows proving to be very, very difficult. Who's gonna find their hit though? In Quest, they need to move out. IKURD also needs to move out, but up comes NASR rushing, looking to crash the party. NIGMA Galaxy going down. Oh, IKURD also gonna be falling. NASR now gonna be looking to play upset. Let's see if they can get the jump in on Quest. Both teams still having to get themselves all the way back in towards that zone. Always here until tomorrow. I'm back for the MEA champs. You're not even going to watch PMPL Africa. In the meanwhile, oh, NASA. Are they going to get it? Oh, no. Quest comes through with the cleanup, and that is it. Now Quest feeling a little bit of that heat as Twisted looks to step it up. Wow, a very hot and heated play. Ragnar now going to be perched on high, looking for a bit of a position, bit of an angle to play. Good nade coming through there from Smoker. Fahid Dunn is down. Kante now going to be in a little bit of trouble as well. Yeah, so AZ and Evo Station transferred in from GQ. For those of you that were curious. In the meanwhile, that zone sticking to the north. So my prediction was R8, and they now going to be pressuring the living daylights out of the side here of Twisted and even ARB as they secure the hit. AZ is going to be falling to the zone. As far as I know, Kyle, it's only going to be the top team with the most points that are going to be getting that invite, the direct invite. The other teams will have to earn their way through. There's still going to be a few ways of fighting their way into contention for that. Oof. Yeah, Attacker, definitely not Spider-Man. As they do not land, or they do not nail that landing, rather. We are down to our final 7 teams. Twisted down to 1. Sly going to be holding on to potentially 2. RTG also then holding on 1. Smoker with that beautiful nade. Bam! Got Fahid done. Looking for the follow-up. Up it comes. Gets the confirmation. There we go. So it's either going to be the top 10 or top 8 that are going to be qualifying for the MEA Championship. As we know from MEA Championship, there could be slots available into PMGC as well, right? So that's what happened last season. Let's see if that is going to be the same situation for this season. In the meanwhile, the Gangsters are going to be looking to put a bit of seasoning onto the R8 team here. They're going to be using a little bit of that nade flavor. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get any of that spice secured just yet. Twisted will not, based on their current points, be qualifying for PMGC right out of the gate. Because they sit with 854 points. Where NIGMA Galaxy have 1,300. They've got 1,315 in points, right? Versus 854. So, yeah. Twisted way, way down on the board. Oh. Hope also way, way down on their knees. Now it's going to be Ragnar trying to surf it out. So that is going to be Slime Machine and RTG. Getting control, alt deleted. Yeah, it's going to take a whole lot of work fighting through that championship as well. But here we go. Oh, beautiful nade. So Jafar finds the spice. Gaith also going to be looking to add a little bit of flavor to this whole progression. Now it's going to be Ragnarok. Down they go. GEEKAY out in 4th place. Only 6 eliminations. R8 sitting on 5. Vision sitting on 6. Gangster sitting on 3. So my prediction, at least make it up into the top 3. But it's all going to be reliant on what Prestige can bring on in and whether or not they can survive the blue. The answer is no. Big Bad Blue Zone gets the end, and with that, Vision does lock in the victory. Absolutely beautiful play. Beautiful play coming through for Vision. Love to see it. Love to see it. But there we go. Even more excitement coming through here. I probably need to sit properly on my chair. Otherwise, I'm going to slide underneath. Right? Either which way. So much action. So much heat. So much excitement coming through here as the teams continue to step it up and continue to just bring in all the upsets that they can find. But as we know, that is now game number 5. We've got one more to go. One more match to go. And of course, for that, it is going to be none other than Erangel. But in the meantime, we're going to have to take a look and see exactly what the point situation looks like. Where these teams find themselves. Because Vision, I mean, coming through with 8 eliminations. Obviously, that's going to be 18 points, right? Easy math to do. 10 for placement. 8 for points for eliminations. You know, easy peasy. But we need to see what the rest of the lobby did and where they ended up. Again, this time around, we didn't see any double-digit eliminations being part of the story here today. So, yeah, excited to see exactly what that point placement is going to be. But, of course, we've had several teams now securing themselves winner-winner chicken dinners. 5 different teams doing exactly that. So far, no back-to-back chickens being present yet. Not yet. Right, it could, of course, all change up coming into that final match. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what that is going to be bringing on through. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at these points and see exactly where the teams find themselves. It is going to be Vision on 18. It's going to be R8 then on a lovely 12. We've got the Gangsters and GEEKAY, so GG to 10. There we have it. Both teams, again, taking different approaches to getting themselves secured onto those 10. GEEKAY's first back-to-back. Ooh. Alright, but I mean, so in order for that to be a back-to-back, GEEKAY would have had to get the victory in this match as well. I'm just saying. But either which way, let's see exactly how this one is going to go as we take a look at that lower end of the board. Brute Force, ONYX, and FALCONS. Unfortunately, not going to be picking it up just yet. So, we've had our first Miramar, we've had all our Miramars, all our Sanhoks are being played. What is left is going to be a little bit of that Erangel flavor. Of course, looking at the damage graphs here, you can see 6, 6, 7, 4, 4 coming through with regards to those eliminations, but a very even spread with the damage as well. I mean, IKURD coming through on 1,087, then we've got 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 as we climb up the board. So very aggressive showing. Not overly aggressive, but aggressive nonetheless. So good play to see them now just holding up that consistency. But again, with that play that we've had come through now from the side of NASR, even though NASR went out with only 5 eliminations to their name, there's a question about how many winner chicken does the NIGMA Galaxy get on Miramar in PMPL Arabia 2022? Ooh, well, the answer is 5. If you didn't know, now you know. But either which way, oh, that was one of the springs. Well, that was one of the splits, either spring or fall. I'm not quite sure, but it's one of those. Meanwhile, it's been a very good day for NASR. Like I said, even though they got 5 eliminations, sitting on 62 total points, 42 eliminations. So based on NASR's eliminations alone, they are still in first place because Slime Machine are sitting on 41 points for the day in total, right? 22 eliminations, 19 placement points. So NASR coming through with 42 eliminations does give them more points just based on elims, more than what Slime Machine has been able to do in their totality here for today. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at these leaderboards. It's going to be NIGMA Galaxy still sitting in exactly the same spot. GEEKAY also not going to be moving. We do see Quest, though, moving up into 3rd place, swapping places with Brute Force. You see NASR there with the most eliminations for the day, 66. Well, currently for the finals. And then, of course, no other movement really taking place on this first page. RTG, though, they're going to be sitting with the most placement points on 39, while the Broody Fruities hold on to the most chickens, all the way up in that 4th position. Taking a look at the next page, Vision, they've now moved up 3, all the way from that 12th position. Gangsters now moved into 12th place, all the way from, 13th. And then, of course, ARB Champions, they've now also moved up into 14th place. So we've had at least 4 teams moving up as a result of this last match. So you got to love these moves that the teams are bringing in, right? Up is up, is up is up, right? It makes a whole lot of sense, right? But yeah, excited to see what's going to come through in our last match of the day. So far, NASR are holding on to 21-point lead for the day. 62 points, as I mentioned. Slime Machine coming through on 41. But again, NASR, no winner chicken dinner yet. So maybe we'll see that winner chicken dinner come through in the last match for NASR. I mean, it would be interesting. But if you look at who got our last winner chicken dinner yesterday, it of course went to the side of the Gangsters. NASR finished in 3rd place. So they came close. They came close, right? They came close. Has it been enough quite yet? Not yet. I mean, NASR also finished in 4th in the previous Erangel of the day. So who knows, right? So it's a 4th place. They've got a 3rd place. The other one they finished in the first Erangel all the way back yesterday. They claimed 11th. So I don't quite know, right? They've been showing a lot more improvement, especially moving into the last 2 Erangels. Maybe this final Erangel of the day could be the one for NASR to get a bit of a chicken, right? It's all going to come down to how they play this one out. Of course, we got about 2 minutes and a bit of change left until we are going to be seeing exactly what that map is going to be bringing in. So if you've got predictions, let me know. You watch both regions in Brazil, and a lot of the teams have potential, like Inco, INF, yeah, Loops. Yeah. I mean, so Brazilian teams are pretty strong, right? I agree with that they have a lot of potential. And it's difficult to say, especially like in a region where the competition is very competitive, right? The teams are very close. It's quite contentious, right? It's difficult to say who's the best team because they might just be having an off day or off match, or you know, something. It all comes up down to what's going on here, right? If you're not able to maintain that mental focus, it's exceptionally difficult to perform on a consistent basis. Right, and there's so many things that happen. I mean, we are just human, right? So, I mean, except for Nair. Nair is not human because they openly admitted to that yesterday. So as a community, we need to do something to NIGMA and Brute Force. They played well yesterday. No No, that's not the way to go. I mean, Brute Force for the day so far, let's see where they're sitting. Brute Force sitting on 11 points. Yeah, it's a little bit worrying. If you add 10 points to that, that is where we find NIGMA. NIGMA sitting on a grand total of 21 for the day. So I agree it's not the best performances they've had. Maybe they've just been having an off day. Who knows, right? Maybe they're going to be coming back even stronger into tomorrow's matches, right? It could be anything. But yeah, let's see how that is going to happen, though. A lot of predictions are yet to come on through, so give me your predictions before we get into the match. We've got about 72 people watching at the moment. From what I can see, 74. So if you've not yet made a prediction for the entirety of PMPL Arabia, make at least one. Tell me what you think the outcome of this match is going to be. Who do you think is going to be taking our final Erangel of the day? Right, we've had a few contenders step up to the plate. We've seen the performances come through within the league stage. Of course, on Erangel in league, the top performers were NIGMA Galaxy, without a doubt. 6 winner chicken dinners coming through. And so far, we are yet to see them look to bring in another insane performance. I mean, they've not yet had a chicken here today, so maybe this could also be a bit of an opportunity for that then to come through. But let me know your thoughts. Do you think Sly are going to find the second one? Do you think it could be Vision, could be GEEKAY, could be Twisted, could be RTG? Yeah, could it be Brute Force? Right? Let me know. Who do you think is going to be the team to step it up in this next match, as we are going to be getting ourselves ready to hop over into that plane? Javian saying that it's going to be a Severny end zone or multi-power. NASR are going to be winning this one. All right, there we go. Thank you for that one, Javian. If anyone has any other predictions with regards to zone, with regards to flight path, with regards to the winning team, with regards to the amount of exact eliminations they're going to be locking in, let me know. In the meanwhile, let's hop in and see exactly what our teams will have to work with here. Jahad saying that R8 are going to be taking this one. All right, all right, all right. So we got 2 predictions in. Hey, we got Batman. I know it doesn't say Batman, but I'm gonna say Batman. Coming through with a Brute Force love. Chinky Zone, Twisted with 28 points. Ooh, that is what the Crypto Fan Club says. NIGMA Galaxy or Twisted Minds. NASR played well. I give this match to GEEKAY. All right, all right, all right. Batman. Yes, but you gotta say it with a voice. Right, Batman knows who they are, because they got Batman in their picture, so I'm gonna call them Batman. But you gotta do the voice, right? It's like Batman. I don't even know if that came through on mic. Let's try again. Batman. Yes, it works. Alright, so NIGMA Galaxy, another prediction going through there. Yaznaya or Shelter, that's where the zone's going to be pulling. Alright, alright. Ooh, look at that zone. Look at that zone! All the way down to the southeastern side. Give us Millie. I mean, you have Millie there, Nair. There, Nair, you go. Brazil for 3rd place. Alright, let's see where this one is going to be taking us. Patrick coming through with the NIGMA Galaxy victory on this one. Oof. Yeah. Nova zone. Ooh, nasty zone. Yes, indeed. We love nasty zones. The teams don't like it, but we like it. But Patrick, I responded to your message yesterday. You said, oh, DK, don't you ever sleep? And then there was no response. No, Patrick, no. I am the night. I am the vengeance. Yes. I can't say that in that voice, though, because I'm going to scare everyone away, and then you're going to run. You're going to have nightmares for the rest of the finals. This one, chaotic zone. Yes, indeed, Patrick. It is 100% up because a bit of a chaotic spray there from Kalaga trying to connect up onto Tok. But Tok is just going to be ticking away. As they will live to rotate yet another zone. Kyle saying that this is for sure Enigma zone. Enigma game. Oh, is that what you did, Patrick? Is that what we call it nowadays? You send someone a message in stream chat and then you go to sleep. No, I was awake till the end and then some. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Slime Machine up in Malta. No one really there to contest them. Yes, we do have a little bit of vision over on towards that eastern side, but I don't think it's going to be of any major concern to them. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Broody for Rudy's making their way up in Saverny. Looking for a bit of a position to play through, looking to see if they can maybe get themselves looted up. But then I'm curious to see how they are going to be looking to rotate in. Are they going to maybe pull through Yasnaya in onto Mansion, or are they going to wrap around north of Yasnaya and then try to play the position that way around? I mean, I don't even know if they're going to go for Mansion, right? But I think based on their current positioning, Mansion would make a little bit more sense. Twisted now. Get themselves also perched up back in the usual spot. Down in the Novorepnoya container yard. No one here to knock on the door. No one here to bring any tough players through. You thought Brute Force hot dropped GEEKAY. No, 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 no. Brute Force just dropped to get their vehicles. Javian saying they don't sleep, they watch tournaments and train on their 20 FPS device. Oh, Javian, you said the other day that, that we need to watch the professional space because you're going to be stepping it in. Right, you're going to be there. Ooh, also, is Habib still here? But yes, Javian, I want to see that. I want to see that. Is Habib still in the chat? Habib! Wave if you're here, Habib. In the meanwhile, quick look back at what happened between Talk as they were just ticking around the block. Dun 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 dun. Oh, big brain play coming through there from good old Talk. Alright, NASR, they're going to be rolling through as they pull up into center zone. A heavily contested position to pull into, right? We've got Slime Machine here, we've got IKURD, we've got Vision, we've got Twisted on the opposite end of the pond. You know, so there's a lot of contention here, and of course the rest of the lobby yet to move in. We've got FALCONS also now slowly on the approach, heading towards the south. Not necessarily this exact position, but we'll find out exactly where they're going to be going very, very soon. In the meanwhile, a little bit of that brah brah coming through here from Xenox. Yeah, Frosty, they were playing a little bit of hide and seek. Hey, there's Habib. Habib, thanks for the follow on Insta. Alright, so Vision, here we go. Let's see what they're going to be able to pull off here. I'm kind of reverting back over towards the edge. Yeah, NASR definitely getting quite aggressive here today. I mean, 42 eliminations, 20 more, 20 more than the team sat right behind them on the board, right? Slime Machine coming through on 22. The second highest tally that we've got for eliminations is going to Vision on 26. Now that is before stepping into this match. Oh, look at aggression. Speaking of it, there we have it. So, appreciate it. Thank you so much, Habib. Really, really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here, to everybody, in fact. You guys are legends. I know you come here for the teams, but either which way, we still appreciate it. Oh, let's see what is going to come through from RTG now. Just lurking on the edge. In the danger zone. No one is going to be playing towards that bridge just yet, but of course that all could change up. Right, you can see why it's difficult to spot RTG because they are right there north of the bridge. Now we can see it thanks to Triple moving out of the way. But ARB also taking a little bit more of a calculated play towards that southern side. Yeah, see, Soldier Boy, you come here for whichever reason you want to come here. I mean, you also have the added benefit of seeing a little bit of PUBG action happening as well. So it's good, it's good, it's great. In the meanwhile, let's see what the teams are going to be doing with this good, great zone. As Twisted now will start a push going through from that southern side. I came here to hear your voice. The other guys are screaming, not chatting, or not commentating. I mean, thanks, Jano. I've tried the screaming thing, but it's not really my flavor. It's not really my flavor. But I do sometimes not make a lot of sense, right? That is a thing I do. And I'm very, very well aware of that. So, regardless of that, thank you so much for being here. Oh, we also came here for that nade. A little bit of shouting, but Imad, you know, we got to shout at that because Imad just made a big oopsie, a big oopsie. Bridge cam twist that could maybe be coming through. Alright, so let's see where this one is going to go. Triple, keeping it nice and quiet. Pretty tough one to play for though, because they got only 2 players left. So not quite sure if it's going to be... I'm not quite sure if it's going to be a very fruitful finish for them. Yeah, Jad, I was just as surprised with that nade. What? Nah. Yes, 100%. 100%. NIGMA coming through with 2-2 split. Indeed. That is exactly what they're doing. So let's see how they're going to be looking to leverage that positioning. Twisted also opting for a 2-1-1 split, moving through on that bridge. Coops, Rauf. I mean, it would have been good to see Rauf on the roof, right? I think that makes a little bit more sense. In the meanwhile, it's going to be ONYX Ravens now pushing towards the north. It's going to be Saleh and R. I can see if they can get themselves secured up in towards a little bit of that lumberyard action. So Cloud, it's a culture thing. That's the way they do it. And I mean, it's for me, it's very entertaining to listen to, even though I have no idea what they're saying. But it's very, very entertaining to listen to. The way that they like, especially when they get into the hot and heated situations, they start repeating the player's name. You know, like Kalaga, 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 Kalaga. That to me is just hilarious. Like, I sit with a constant smile on my face when I listen to that. Yeah. Yusuf is OP. Yusuf is one of those that does the repeaty part. In the meanwhile, we've got ARB now, all the way down south, trying to find a way to get themselves up into zone with Twisted, setting up that gatekeep. Soldier Boy, I am doing solo because this is what was asked from me, right? And this is what I do. But yes, if they give me a co-caster, then I work with a co-caster. Oh, and we have it. E-SPORTS also going to be having it right back in the lobby. That is it. I have many co-casters that I could cast with, but as the job comes in and they say this is what you do, then I'm like, yes sir. That's what I do. So if they tell me you got a solo cast for 18 days, we'll do it. No questions asked. Because we are here to do the English broadcast. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Dammy. Ooh, looking at Smoker go for a bit of a splash. There we go. I think Smoke was just trying to put themselves out, right? Maybe they started smoking up and it's like, yeah, we need to cool down. We need to relax a little bit. Ooh, this could be... I want to see this shot. Come on. Come on, Osama. Get it. Oh, that staircase. Just not allowing it to happen. Why you gotta spoil the fun, staircase? Ooh, but look at Dammy, though. Beautiful nade onto Osama. I think it's safe to say that there's no way for Smoker to get back up onto that bridge. Ricard also going to be brought to their knees. Down they go. So they are going to be swimming with the fishes. Yes, sir. Now it's down to Tok and Smoker. But there's no time to talk around, right? As Tok needs to find a way to get themselves in. Smoker, gotta watch out. You're leaving a little bit of a trail behind you. Come on, who's gonna get it though? Ooh, Smoker actually going to the western side of that bridge. As you can see, Twisted now focused predominantly on the eastern side. See, that's why I've said it before. The west is the best. And it pays off for Smoker as they do catch their breath. Dammy doesn't spot them even. Even NIGMA believes in that, right? Because they're also coming in from the west. So if you don't believe me, believe in NIGMA. Because they also go for the west because it's the best. In the meanwhile, the zone is going to move north. Would have been funny if that was also on towards the western side. Bridge camping is an art. Yes, it's all about balance. You know, you got to find that balance point. In the meanwhile... It's going to be IKURD all the way up north here with the Broody Fruities. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I thought we were going to have a follow through on that spray, but it doesn't seem like they are going to be looking to commit to it just yet. There we go. IKURD though. Yes, sir. 8-0. Ooh. There we go. Nicely played. Brute force. Oh, Nair, you're 100% correct. I'm just the only voice you hear. But I have all of you here with me as well. Humans and a very suspiciously friendly alien. Oh, and very, very good at nades. That pop off at very strange angles. But Ali does find mine though. Oh, Golden getting found as well. Oh, look at that trade. Look at that trade, though. IKURD, they get swept under the rug. Up comes Vision, looking to play third party. Come on, who's going to get it? Yo, you got to watch out, Volt. Yep, yep, yep. Volt now just charging into that one. If you catch the joke, give me a lol in the chat. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Brute Force now trying to get themselves patched up before the blue zone gets the better of them. See if Neo's is going to be able to secure the spray though. Ooh, ooh, that nade, you got to watch out. No, Neo's down. Yeah, it's only because they opted for the blue pull instead of the red pull, right? In a situation like that, you got to take the red pull. Ask Neo's, they would be able to tell you. But yep, good run, good run. Vision with 4 eliminations up. And they only lost Saif in the trade-off. Yeah, the situational awareness is sometimes quite a bit of a tough thing. I mean, you can see it at times, right? The team's just tunnel visioning in on the situation at hand. Not necessarily seeing the other opportunity, the way to get themselves out of that situation and into those later few stages. I mean, we're only now in the 4th phase, about to hit the 5th. Ain't no way that's the team. That's the team we peak for PWI. Not quite sure what you're saying there, soldier, but sure. Sure. In the meanwhile, what is for sure is going to be that zone is going to be closing up. Ooh, the hit up onto Freak. Yeah, Freak exploring a little bit too much. As they will get brought to their knees. Down they go. Unfortunately, not out just yet. Next time, cast PMPL Pakistan. If they ask me to, there's a chance. So if you know someone that knows someone that knows someone, be my guest. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Slime Machine and Twisted on that southern edge with RTG also now starting to trickle on through. You can see the sprays connecting up as they come pushing in. Ooh, the hits are there. This could be Twisted. This could be them now securing the finish. Oh, RTG in so much trouble. Yeah, those health bars really starting to drop. It's almost like they're going into winter. But up comes Crypto. Trying to provide a little bit of heat as Riva is also taken right on down. And now we wait to see how this push is going to come through. Who's going to be the one to claim it though? NIGMA trying to blaze their way through the side of Quest. I don't know why I want to say Conqueror, because unfortunately they're not here. Maybe they're here in presence, right? They're here in our thoughts, in our minds. In the meanwhile, NIGMA now going to be starting their push as they get ready for the rush back in towards the zone. Ooh. It's not going to be a full send. Going to try and find a way to get themselves situated now. It's going to be RTG, R8, and Quest that could really look to make things especially difficult now for NIGMA. Davian, there's a chance. I think there is a chance. I think top 8 would be a pretty good spot to be in at least. 13th, not so nice. ONYX Ravens, though, that's what they will. That is what they're gonna have to settle with. Sorry, I'm running a little bit lower on my English airtime here. Ooh, NIGMA gonna be running a little bit low on those HP. Alhaji getting knocked as well. So easy fight done, and Gante now having to rotate up. RTG gonna look to reach in. Vision all the way up north, also having a few knocks getting delivered to them. So they're going to be in quite a bit of a problematic position, seeing that they've only got one player up. But now let's see what Twist and RTG are going to be doing on this side. NIGMA also creeping in, but look at Quest. Look at Quest. This could be the play. This could be the play for Quest now. Concept saying NASR for the win. Well, let's see if that is going to be the case here. Alhaji trying to pull back with that shield up, right? That's why it's got the buggy in reverse. Wants to use that backseat as a bit of a hard cover, and that's actually a very, very clever play. I've actually never really thought of that. You learn something new every day. Thanks for that one, Gante, Alhaji. I mean, just don't necessarily look at Alhaji when it comes to self nades, because they showed us a little bit of that earlier on. RTG though, gonna be trying to safely cross the road, but it's gonna be Slime Machine looking to deny them access with a bit of helping hand coming through from Twisted. Soldier coming through with a prediction here for GEEKAY. Ooh. Oh, look at Quest. Look at Quest going fishing, looking for NIGMA. No! Raouf trying to hold steady. Twisted in the meanwhile will get sent out. Raouf just trading players left, right, and center. Gante gets the hit, and there we have it. Well freaking played. That was a very sweaty performance. NIGMA getting sent out with, unfortunately, only one elimination to their name. Now it's going to be RTG looking to come in fishing. They want to see if they can find that last bit of follow through onto Quest. Pante with a very beautiful clutch there. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vision and Falcons getting right on down to business. Discrim and the rest of the crew hanging on the outskirts. Just waiting on the edge of the building. Ooh, this could put Pablo and Damar in a very difficult position. Oh, up comes the heads. Down goes the Pablo. Down goes the Damar, and that is the Falcons. Getting their wings clipped, and down they go. Out with one elimination as well. Brute Force so far, the team occupying a lobby slot with the highest points. Sitting with a grand total of 5 to their name. But now, Slime Machine going to be inching their way on in, also coming through with those 5 points. Oh, here we go. Here we go. RTG. Groza secures the head, coming through with the Bison though. It would have been cool to see Groza with a Groza. Let's see whether or not they are going to be cool enough to get the sprays in onto Quest. It's going to be easy, and Kante just holding nice and steady. The opportunity is there. Ooh, come on, one more. One more. You got to watch out though for that AK. Oh, Groza. Brutal. Brutal. With that lovely Bison spray. There's not much you can do to beat the sprays of SMG. They are just so quick. But here we go. We're going to be pushing it to the very end. RTG sitting on 6 eliminations. NASR on 5. Vision on 8. R8 on 4. So all the predictions are coming through for Vision to take the dub on this one. I mean, Vision and GEEKAY, the only 2 teams currently situated within the zone. Now with Jafar looking to rotate in, we can add GANGSTERS to the list. Well, let's see who's going to be taking the final match of the day here on day number 2. GANGSTERS still need a few points. Sanhok just slowly backpedaling on that play, but now it's going to be the blue zone applying the pressure as it is going to start to close on up. The teams have run out of time. Now they need to make those decisive plays. It's going to be Spec. Just dodging flames, dodging explosions, Starlight. We're looking to make things nice and bright inside this building as they do find Walsh. Great opening, but Spec quickly gets traded. Kevin going for 2! Now it's down to Starlight. Come on, come on. GANGSTERS holding a very calm and collected position here. It's not like they're on the outskirts of zone. It's not like the blue zone is closing in. And with that, it's going to be Kevin to get blinded. And of course, it is going to be the end of the road for NASR. Out they go with 5 eliminations. But now GANGSTERS starting to fall as Vision reach on in. RTG also out. Final 4 teams now left to duke it out. Vision holding on to a beautiful bit of hard cover there. Oh, come on. The pocket, the scrum, Volt. You can do it. Vision now up on 9 eliminations. GEEKAY sitting on nothing yet. Oh. I don't quite know about GEEKAY. It's not making me feel very, very hopeful. I don't think that they are going to be able to kick NIGMA out of that PMGC slot. Not based on the current play. Ooh, but there we go with a trade onto a buddy though. As Volt locks it in. Vision looking for elimination number 10. So give your prediction as to who you think is going to be taking. We already see Vision getting 2 callouts in the chat. GANGSTERS about to get bombarded potentially, but instead that is going to be Vision just covering up the rotation as they get themselves a little bit closer, trying to dip their toes into a little bit of that safe area. But up comes the play. The utility going to be raining on down as the GANGSTERS look to find a bit of controlling edge. Oh, there we have it. Kevin with a beautiful trade. Jahad saying there's going to be GEEKAY to take the W. And then we have instead Jahad now, or Jafar. getting brought on down. A lot of pressure now coming through here for Kevin. Tampok though with 8 eliminations. Quite a bit of a carry coming through for the side here of Vision. But that is going to be Kevin down and out as R8 sneaks in a cheeky spray from behind. So now it's down to R8, Vision, and GEEKAY. Only one of them can take that winner chicken dinner. In PUBG, there's no such thing as sharing. Ooh. But GEEKAY and Vision could share the load, moving down onto R8. R8 getting bullied from both ends. So Ida just trying to keep it alive. We got CR7. Hey, we actually haven't seen... I haven't even seen a lot of CR7 come through in the past few matches. I think, is today the first time they're playing? Either which way. Gonna be CR7. I mean, so if it says CR7 and it's Ida, so then it's Kra, right? So that makes sense because the 7 is the A sound. If I'm not mistaken. That's why it's Ida. Either which way. CR7 is the name I'll stick to for the meanwhile. It's now going to be up to them to try and hold it on as the sprays continue to rain on Engage. Oh, Discrum, in fact, is going to be the one to seal the show. 13 eliminations going to the side of Vision so far. 6 to the side of R8. Krah! There we go. I mean, if I add those many A's in, it's going to sound like I'm trying to replicate something else. Alright, but we'll go for Kra then. So we got Ida and Kra. Tapok, Discrim, Hope, Gaith. See, those names I can easily read. It's when the numbers become letters, that confuses the heck out of me. Oh, here we go. Come on. GEEKAY. Oh. That's the sound Tapok is making with that shotty, but there we go. Ragnar gets the hit. Discrim, no! Oh, GEEKAY. Getting that winner chicken dinner. Yes, sir. Look how happy they are. Look how happy those faces are. They are so satisfied with that performance coming through. Taking that winner chicken dinner. A very, very exciting performance coming through from GEEKAY. Just gonna love everything these teams will bring out onto the battlefield. But yes, as we know, it is what it is, right? Another day, another Erangel done and dusted. That is the end of day 2. 6 games have been played. And now we got to see how all of that impacts our points, where the teams find themselves, what the situation is. Do we have any major upsets happening? And of course, what could be the potential outlook moving into tomorrow? I mean, there's just so much to try and figure out here. GEEKAY is the best team in Arabia, undisputed. I mean, GEEKAY is a very strong team, but in order for them to be qualified as the best, I don't know what the criteria is, because I'm not the one that decides these things. But, I mean, they are finding themselves in quite a difficult position with regards to contention for PMGC slots, right? Yes, they are now situated on 51 points for the day. And yes, that was their second winner chicken dinner for the day. But, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I don't know if that is going to be enough. I mean, they did find the chicken on Miramar, the first match, and now, of course, the last match of the day. My spaceship is ready for Neptune. See you tomorrow. All right, Nair. Stay safe. Don't bump into any asteroids as you travel about. But a very, very good day coming through for NASR, though. I mean, 69. Nice. Points coming through on their end. 47 total eliminations. It's a healthy dose of points. GEEKAY, I think they need to add at least like 20 points to the day for today, right? But of course, then we still have what's going to come through in tomorrow's matches. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at the point situation here. As we can see, Vision walking away with a glorious 13 eliminations to find themselves at the top of the board on lovely 19 points. Vision just ahead of GEEKAY then, coming through with that winner chicken dinner for a total of 14 points. But as we move a little bit further down, ARP, ONYX, Ravens, IKURD, and Triple. not going to have a very, very good ending to the day, especially looking at IKURD. I mean, now they've only been able to secure themselves a grand total of 13 points for the day. ONYX sitting on 14 points, and Triple sitting on 15 points for the day. So it's a tough day, a very, very tough day. For Brute Force now adding on those 5 eliminations to the tally for them does put them up onto 16 points because they were sitting on 11 points coming up to this point. So yeah, also a very tough day for Brute Force. I won't be able to watch the match live tomorrow, but we will be here in the evening. Well, Javian, that's unfortunate, but either which way, you'll still figure out what the outcome of the day will be whenever you get to watch it, right? But either which way, thank you for being here. Appreciate you being here. But yes, very exciting day for NASR. I mean, they have really been looking to make quite a few waves. It does seem like NASR definitely focused on a lot more on aggression here today. And as a result of aggression, the placement points kind of coincide with that. So NASR, phenomenal and good, strong finish. 1 point away from hitting 70. As we know, the score for yesterday was, what, 72, if I'm not mistaken? The highest points, yeah, 72 for yesterday. So only 3 points shy of the performance we had from Brute Force for just yesterday. So, yeah, very, very good one. But as we'll take a look at the boards, things actually went a little bit better for NASR. Still not having a winner with a chicken dinner, but that doesn't matter, it seems. In the meantime, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the amazing replays from this last match. Something to 2022 PMPL Arabia. It was Ida, right? Hey, we got X Cube. Sakib. Welcome, Sakib. Just want you to know NASR will qualify for MEA and PMG slot. Hey, there we go. Nice, Javian. What's up, Sakib? Assalamu alaikum. I forgot how to say. Let me refresh my memory. How to say welcome in Urdu. Hushamdid. Right? I think that's right. I hope that's right. It's as close as I can get it. But in the meanwhile, in case you forgot who got the chickens, it's going to be a GEEKAY sandwich. With GEEKAY getting the first and the last one of the day. And then, of course, well, not a big chicken day, right, with regards to eliminations. I mean, the highest count we had was 8 eliminations for that chicken. So, yes, sir. Very, very exciting stuff indeed. RTG going through with a very sneaky 6 there, all the way back on our second one of the day. MEA is for Africa. Africa this time. Right, is that the prediction that we're making, saying that Africa are going to be winning MEA? If that's the case, love to see it. Love to see it. But a very good distribution coming through. I think we did see a lot of aggression being applied here today, but definitely not by the team that got themselves into that winner chicken dinner position, right? So many other teams stepped it up. But of course, also who stepped it up today was going to be Spec. Right, so a lot of respect going out to Spec. Coming through with 17 eliminations for the day. 28-72. Hey, we got Banar coming through. The RTG love as well. Very, very exciting indeed. I mean, RTG, they've been putting a very good effort forward. We'll take a look at those leaderboards to see exactly where Road to Glory find themselves. But with regards to their total points for the day, they are sitting on 41 points. So, good run. Of course, they also found themselves that winner chicken dinner. As a result of this last match, they were able to push themselves up all the way into 5th place for the overall points of the day. Of course, culminating on 41 in total. We do have 35 points going to GANGSTERS and the ARB champions as well. So a bit of a draw between those two. Both teams taking a slightly different approach to getting onto 35 total points. But it is what it is. Speaking about what it is time for the leaderboard. So NIGMA Galaxy, no surprise, still up at the top. GEEKAY only 7 points away this time. Quest 9 points away from that. And then, of course, we did see NASR now trading places again with Brute Force just to get themselves up into 4th place. Vision also jumping up 2 slots all the way from 9th up into 7th place. So very, very exciting shifts coming through so far from what we've seen. Aside from those two teams moving up, right, NASR and Vision, we've not yet seen anything else come through on this end as we move into the second page. It is going to be the GANGSTERS that now find themselves moving up a position all the way up into that 11th place. So there's going to be a lot to play for here. As we can see, the shifts continue to come on through. The teams continuing to bring the upsets. But of course, from Falcons down to where Triple R, nothing really has changed. Again, not a big gap currently held between the teams just outside of the top 10 and the teams within the top 10. As you can see, only 4 points. So there's still quite a bit of an opportunity here for the teams to try and bring in all those needed shifts, all those needed changes moving through tomorrow. Because tomorrow is going to be the big day. The final 6 matches. It's going to be the final opportunity for the teams to secure themselves points within the finals, to secure the standings within the finals, to secure the total points earned for this entire year in the PMPL, to qualify for the MEA Championship, to get an opportunity into the PMGC slots. So there's a lot. There's a lot depending on tomorrow's performances, right? It's going to be a big, big, big day, right? So, PMGC, championship, prize pool, bragging rights, high fives all around. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot that's going to come through. But yeah, based on the current PMGC points, I think that NIGMA might be secured, right? Unless, of course, tomorrow we can see a team like GEEKAY lock in 117 points, more than what NIGMA can bring in. If that doesn't happen tomorrow, which I don't think is going to be the case, because we've not yet seen 117 points being earned in one day by one team. If that's not the case, then I think it's safe to say that NIGMA Galaxy are going to be getting themselves that PMGC slot. Right? That's just the way it is. That is just the way it is. But I think it's a very, if that is the case, based especially on how NIGMA have been performing through the entirety of league, and of course now through the finals here, the previous league, back in spring, and those finals, I think NIGMA are quite deserving of, an opportunity to go represent the region in the PMGC. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at how accurate predictions are. Almola and the production team not getting any more predictions right. You can see how happy they are about it. Saying that it's so tough. That's what it means, right? Not necessarily the hand gesture, but those facial expressions, right? Saying that it's exceptionally tough to get the predictions right. Seeing that these teams can continuously keep everyone on their toes, even themselves. And I think that adds to the excitement that we are seeing come through in the season of PMPL Arabia. But of course, well, essentially that is going to bring us to the end of the day. There's not much else for us to really look at. So this is going to be now dragging out the goodbye. But essentially, this is me in a very lengthy way saying goodbye for today. So if you're going to be joining us back again tomorrow, you know when and where to find us. Same place, same time, even more PUBG Mobile insane action as we are going to be closing it off for the final 6 matches to see who are going to be those teams to walk away smiling from ear to ear. So far, we've already watched these teams play their way through 90 matches. 90 matches up until here. Now the final 6, so up to 96. That is going to be tomorrow. But yes, until then, hope you all keep fresh. Hope you all keep frosty. And we are going to be looking forward to see you all back again with all the PUBG Mobile action insanity finding its way onto the screen. I'm just waiting for them to sign off. It does seem like they are getting ready to head on out. So that is me also going to be saying goodbye then. So yeah, see you all later.